Hey, what's happening?
Hey, how you doing today?
All right. It's a little windy up here in Maryland today. Everybody, welcome everybody. I'm James, Noel, and Vincent, and old Phil on 33 Mile Bees up there in Michigan, and DC Honeybees, and Grayson. And I got Laura. Hey, Laura. Good to see you. One of my friends from up in Pennsylvania and the Texas beekeeper. Rockbridge Farms. How you doing? Let's see, Greg and Phil.
Starting out with a good little group tonight.
Yeah. What? 17 people. Yeah.
Yep, 17 starting.
So today, I don't know. We'll just talk about our bees. Talk about what we're going to be getting in our bees. I know around here in Maryland, it's going to be pretty cold. So there won't be anything for me to do. I thought I was going to treat with some oxalic acid and get up around 48 degrees, but doesn't look like that's going to happen. And
I think our high today, I believe, was like 62. It was a little overcast, but we got some rain supposed to start in the next hour or so. But the house that I went to last Saturday to pick up a couple of hives from the beekeeper that passed away,
mm,
they had one hive that was sitting on the ground there, and I kind of looked at the front of it for a little while, never seen no activity, nothing. Had old briars, blackberry bushes growing up around it. So I'm like, it ain't nothing in there. I'm not even going to try to dig it out. 2 days later, the old lady sent me a video. It was a whole lot of bees in there. They were
now,
coming and going.
were they robbing, or was that a hive that actually was established in
It
there?
was an established hive.
That's good.
Yeah, they
Well,
was
your
coming
eye
and
looks
going,
better than
bringing.
last time we looked.
Oh, yeah.
But,
I went down. Now I got another injury today. I was playing around with the dump truck at work and reached out the door to pull the latch, and it was a little tight, so I yanked hard, and I think I ripped a muscle in my chest. I heard a loud pop and a lot of pain.
Yeah, you'll have to. Yeah, if it persists, you need to go see the doctor or something like that. So,
A little icy hot and a Tylenol work.
yeah, maybe a bee sting.
Yeah, it might work too. I made sure I kept my suit on today when I went back to get the other hive. I kept it on until I got ready to leave. Took it off and took off down the road. Then
Right. All right. Well, I guess that's about all we have to talk about. I maybe get the rest of these guys on there. There's Tim from Gunline and all that. And got Tar Heel Beekeeper. I just put out a video with him being on it.
yeah, I seen that a
And
while ago. I seen a little
and
video. My head popped up in there.
yeah, you popped up in there along with Hail Hives and
Oh,
33 Mile Bees. He was on the thing.
yep.
And the only problem is the ending of it was not what I wanted. I wanted the pop-up things to go into to the where it says "Stay tuned for next part 2," and that kicked in a little sooner than I liked. I had it positioned on my, um,
On your
you know,
timeline.
the timeline correctly, but I guess you have to click the 60 or what is it called, 10 seconds ahead or whatever you try to tell it to kick in and all. But
You using Femora though, ain't you?
huh?
You
What's
using
that?
Femora or something like that for your videos?
Yeah, but I'm also Filmora is the editing software, but I'm using YouTube or TubeBuddy,
Oh, okay.
and that's what puts it all in there. You guys showed me how to do that. There's Cajun. Sorry about his bees dying on him. So, well, let's go ahead and drop the link in. Invite everybody in.
Yeah,
And,
it's almost springtime down here. So old Brad, he'll be able to make some more beads pretty soon.
well, I want to talk about that. Maybe Brad will come in and stuff like that. So we can drop the link in there. And then where do we
On
I
your
have to
YouTube page.
I guess I have to bring up YouTube
Uh,
or I see, I guess
Yeah, you'll have to bring up like if you're watching the video and then pin it. You'll just have to make sure it's muted.
Yeah, live. Where's
You like
me?
the sign back there, Phil?
Let me see what I can do here. Uh,
And we turn that sign out, Phil. Tar Heel said his videos don't turn out like he wanted.
yeah.
It takes a little getting used to. But it's like if you going into, I know I upload all mine just through regular YouTube Studio. And once I upload it, I do the end cards, but I adjust the timing whenever, like the sub button or the view this video or whatever shows up.
I'm trying to.
You don't have your laptop up tonight?
No, I'm trying to do that fancy stuff of splitting everything. And actually,
Told you that's why you need 3 screens across it.
yeah, I know. Trying to get it squared away here. Back. Where's it at?
Hey there, Ed.
No, that ain't it. Oh, come on.
Hey Ed, whenever I bring that extractor to you, I also went back over there today to pick up another hive, and she had a few boxes and frames there, so might be bringing you more than just an extractor.
All right, that's the first. I need to bring up YouTube on this stream here, don't we? Grab that for me while I get that going.
Hey there, Jeff. How you doing this evening?
Hey, Lee.
Doing pretty good?
Yeah, hanging in there.
Yeah, that's good. I see Robin Hood just put a comment in here asking about my Nicot Part 2. I'm surprised Brad ain't jumped in on that one yet. I put that Nicot system in last year. I was going to put it in for a few days, let the bees kind of start building the wax out around it and get that smell in it, and then put the queen in. And I got put on turnaround at work and never got back to it. So that Nicot system is still actually sitting in the hive. But the queen's not in the little box, so she's good moving around the whole hive right now. But this spring, I will be putting her in there to test it out. Where you from there, Jeff? I think Jeff froze.
There, I got it finally.
Yeah, so you got a pin. I think Jeff froze up on us. Might have a bad connection.
I'm working on it.
Yeah, Blaine, it takes a long time for that thing to work right. Uh-oh. Here comes trouble. Hey there, Brad.
What's happening, Lee?
Not the Nicot system. It's not happening yet.
Yay, I got it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I was just watching Charlie's video, and he must have cut me out of the video.
I don't think I did an interview with you.
Oh, you didn't?
No, I don't think so.
We did our interview at the breakfast.
Yeah, I didn't have no camera there, no. And all that. But
now, DC, I left the actual plastic foundation in there. I just cut a square out of the foundation and mounted the Nicot into it. And they built all the comb out on the foundation. So it's the Nicot mounted directly in the middle.
You could use that for put your queen in there to where she can't lay. And then you could do like
put her in jail.
Yeah, put her for Varroa mite control.
Yeah.
What's up, fellas?
Hey, Bob.
What happened, Bob?
Not much. I got a nice big fat order.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Oh, yeah?
So
Well, at least
Man,
I heard about it.
I
They
wanted
had,
to, what's that? Amar does I have a dedicated
Amir.
queen for drone brood?
yeah, like what do they call it?
A drone for,
Basically, it's just a queen with a bunch of drone frames in there, so she can just lay up a bunch of drones.
I don't. I mean, the main thing that I do is I find a queen or a couple queens that I really like the way their pattern is, that they're laying up abundantly, and they have a nice disposition as far as being a nice set of bees. And that's the one I graft from. And then I let them just open mate, Usually they're going to be mating away from the main apiary. So there's a lot of people that are around me, so they are probably mating with their bees.
I did consultation today.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
On what?
I called James, and James is like,
which James?
James in
McNally?
Canada, McNally. Yeah.
McNally.
I think we got
That's why I was late. I was on the phone with him too, so it was like
I watched that box
box
jig.
building video.
Yeah, the jig that he uses that Nathan from Duck River Honey has built. I've never seen that for a regular full size box. That is slick.
Well, he's going to be coming in. He said he's going to try to jump
That's
in.
good. I need to talk to him about he used that angle warren. I don't know whether that was supposed to square the box up or just keep his walls from getting damaged.
I also spun out some honey. So I have it was thick. It was thick. Cold honey does not flow well at all.
That's why these guys, the big guys,
have a
use
heated room.
those hot rooms and stuff like that.
talking about being thick and everything. Remember that honey I was talking about a while back that I pulled was 19%, 19.5%. I put a heating band on the 5-gallon bucket for 2 days. It evaporated all the moisture out and got down to 16 3/4.
Nice.
In 2 days' time. So it's good.
Well, I got I spun it out, leaned the extractor right, let it drain for a while, closed the gate up, still leaning. So tomorrow I'll go back out and open it back up during the day and let the rest of it kind of flow out. But I was trying to strain it in the double strainer. It was not loving that. It was not going through. So I went ahead.
There's a new DCA.
5 nights a week. Yep.
I got a
drone congregation area. But I brought it inside, and now I'm going to let it warm up in the house, right? And hopefully all those bits of wax will float to the top, and then I'll move it from one 5-gallon bucket to the other 5-gallon bucket through the
Usually for that wax to rise up, if it's not warm, it's going to take quite a while for it to rise to the top. Now, if you warm it up to 95, 98, maybe even 100, it'll rise a little bit faster, but generally it'll still take a few days.
Well, maybe I go wrap my old warmers, my heating pads on it.
There you go.
Try to move it up a little bit. But yeah, it was capped and nice dark honey. Looked good. So tastes good too.
What's this big order you got?
So I picked up a supplier for my swarm lure. They bought 100 bottles and 100 of the vial packs. So, yep. Oh, you got yours today?
Yep.
So,
that
I
reminds
got
me.
me
Thanks,
some at Hive Life.
thanks, Lee, for sending me the nice birthday card and all that.
I forgot to ask you, did you get
all
it?
that fancy, what do you call it, seal on there, wax seal or whatever that is.
So far, everybody's liked it.
so I'll say there will be a supplier in Alabama that's got it.
And then keep talking about feeding pollen sub where I live this time of year. I don't really do too much feeding of pollen at this time. They're all hunkered down for the winter. if you do, it would be.
I put it on my small colonies today. The ones that don't have many foragers to get out and get pollen. Those are the ones that I added some pollen sub to.
Yeah, for us, I mean, right now it's 40 degrees F, and I wouldn't even think about putting pollen on until probably about early to mid February.
The
You talk about pollen patties or just open feed and dry pollen?
I guess he's talking. Maybe it's open. Maybe it could be open feeding pollen.
well,
I
depending
tried
where
that.
you're at, it might
Yeah.
work.
I tried that quite a few years ago, and I found that it loaded the hive up with pollen in the frames. If it was pollen powder, like Bob was doing, and I kind of quit that, and I switched over to pollen patties, hoping they wouldn't put that in the comb and plug up my comb with pollen, and they would utilize it and eat it right away. So that worked for a while, and the only thing I've got some pollen I bought from the global pollen patties with the Apis biologic in it, and 15% real pollen. I'm going to try
That's
that.
what I got.
I'm going to try that this year. As far as I'm going to use some of it, like while I'm queen rearing, and see whether they really go after it, whether that helps the jelly production. And
Did you open the box and look at it yet?
no,
Mine seemed, I got a 40-pound box, and it seemed like the edges were a little dry. So
I
I don't know.
only got 10 pounds just to experiment with it.
Well, the pollen sub, I mean, the dry pollen sub that I had in my feeder, as soon as there was any pollen out there for them, that just shut off like a light switch. They just stopped.
Oh yeah, they'll do that. If I mean, that's the thing for up here. Maple trees will bloom about mid-February or late February, or somewhere's in that time slot, and that's the end of pollen feeding. They're going after the real deal.
Yeah,
Well,
that's what.
Ours are bringing in the red maple pollen right now.
Yeah, well, see, you guys are at least 2 months ahead of us.
Well,
Probably.
you got to think March 1st is only 31 days from today. So it's like 1 month, right? Because February is only 28 days.
I got a question.
Well, now it's more than that. It's like 41 days.
I'm like 2 weeks behind Lee.
Yeah.
Because whatever he says,
normally it's usually about the second week of January when we start getting the red maple, but it come about 2 weeks early this year. It was in December.
Yeah, see, mine are hitting the dry pollen hard right now. They don't have any other pollen they're bringing in yet.
I thought about putting a little pollen sub out. I still have some in my deep freeze, and I went out there just to look at the feeders that I had hanging. And when I went and looked at the hive, they were already bringing pollen in. I said, it ain't no use putting anything out there. They're not going to mess with it now.
Yeah.
Tim says he feeds it in March.
Just depends on your geographic location.
Well, Tim, it seems like Ohio is kind of the same latitude or whatever as far as weather goes and stuff. He might get a little more snow than I do, stuff like that. But the main thing about pollen feeding that I found is like some other folks have told me, what are you trying to do? Are you trying, you're trying to boost that hive up early spring, get the brood running on it. Some people are putting in 1-to-1 sugar water or a little less than 1-to-1, and then put the pollen to them so they can brood up faster and quicker. But that also means one thing: if you're not on top of them, they're going to swarm quicker on you too.
Yeah.
So you got to watch that. So it's a balancing act and all. Here in Maryland, we have a ton of pollen, but we have lack of nectar. And that's kind of where we're at.
That's kind of my problem right now. We're bringing in plenty of pollen, but it's no real nectar. Now, the hives that I got from the other property the other day, it looked like fresh nectar in there. But now I don't know if somebody has maybe a bird feeder out somewhere they got a hold to or something like that. That's why I plan on putting out a little bit of nectar or a little bit of sugar water just to see if they'll hit it.
Well, yeah, that's my thing. like what they're out of liquid feed out there right now, other than what I have directly in buckets on the colonies. So it's just like the pollen, right? As soon as nectar comes, that liquid feed shuts off. Right. So it's only to help them not starve this time of year.
Oompa Loompa. And Brad's one of he must have ate the big, what was it? Blueberry, you know, and
blueberry bubble gum.
It's because
so
I don't
Brad,
have
so
no,
Brad,
no light
you
in
know,
here.
for the folks that didn't watch your video, give us a detailed insight of what you thought happened with your bees. I know you lost, what was it, 10 boxes?
Yeah, 10. I lost a third of them. I had 30, and now I got 20 left. So
sound like me.
Yeah, they were. I put them like I said, ready for the winter with a lot of honey, and just about every hive except one or two, and which those two are still alive that were small. The rest of them were all, too deep packed. And so the queens were laying good in the fall and everything else. Everything was going good. And I started noticing some of them had, because they do a lot of flying over here in the wintertime. A few of them had less and less bees, but I didn't get to them to treat them again. And I think what happened was the clusters got small, and we had a high temperature one day, and all the bees were flying and everything else. And then that night, it dropped to 12 degrees.
Mm.
And I don't think they got to recluster, and they just died because I found a lot of bees, like they tried to cluster in different spots of the hive, not all in one ball.
Yeah.
And so a lot of them were just stuck to the comb, a little bitty ball here, a little bitty ball there, and then a lot of them were just dead on the bottom. So they didn't get to make
they didn't make it back to the main cluster at all.
No,
all the ones that died were doubles.
Yeah, all of them were doubles. No, I take that back. Two of them were triples.
Oh, damn.
And I had some dead bees, and because that box had one of the triples had the lid that wouldn't close right on it, and they would fly in and out from the top and the bottom. So I had a cluster of bees dead at the top and a cluster of bees dead at the bottom, but they weren't big enough for anything because I think the mites had reduced the numbers down.
Yeah.
And she had stopped late. Most of them had stopped pretty much brood. I had some little bitty patches of brood in November or in December, but not a lot to be multiplying.
Yeah.
But I had a bunch of dead bees on the ground through December, the late November and December, like they would die. Some of them were dying.
That property that I went and got those hives from last weekend and today, they had 2 deeps over there. The 2 deeps, nothing in it. They were empty. I don't know if they absconded, got robbed out, left, whatever. Mm-hmm. Those were the only 2 dead ones. All 3 of the singles had bees in them.
Yeah.
Now, the single that I picked up today, the last 2 singles I picked up last weekend, they were pretty light, so I put a sugar brick in there with them. Mm-hmm. And I want to give them a little sugar water. Now, the one I picked up today, plus my chest is kind of tore up today, but besides that box, I know it wouldn't, but it felt like that single deep weighed 150 pounds. Yeah. That thing was heavy. So, I mean, I think they got plenty of stores in it.
Well, all my hives had honey. I mean, that wasn't every dead hive. I had to pull the frames out, set them aside, and let the other bees rob because I didn't have nowhere to put them in freezer. My freezer was full. And so
you could have been like me, just spinning it out in the middle of winter.
I think I'd have to bring it in and put it in a room and put a little space heater in there to warm it up overnight.
Well, I was just worried that the beetles would take it out if I left it, out there. But that's why I spun it out. But I had one colony just like that. The bees were gone. They had a medium super on top of it. The medium super was slam full of honey, capped, and it's like no bees. They were all gone.
Yeah, so. They just, yeah. Now I did have 2 of those 10 hives that they must have absconded because that was just like a few bees dead on the bottom. And I got grass, and so I can't really tell what's dead around the hives too much. I can see a few bees in the grass, but there's probably a lot more. But they all had honey, so they didn't leave because they were starving or die because they were starving. I think the cold got them, and the mites got the rest.
Well, what is your mite treatment? I mean, you're in Louisiana, right?
I was just doing oxalic acid last year. I did apivor and oxalic acid, but this year I did oxalic acid after I pulled the honey, but I didn't get around to doing the December treatment. I just did it the first round 5 days ago. I'm supposed to start doing the second round tomorrow, and I'm gonna try to do four total on the rest of them. But after my first round, I pulled some of the cards, the bottom cards, out of the surviving hives, and they didn't have that many mites fall. So they might be more hygienic than the others, or they just wasn't infested as the others were.
They won the Mite Powerball, right? Where they just didn't have any.
Yeah, and a lot of them are real strong colonies, so their clusters didn't go down. So
Yeah,
I'm just gonna feed. And last year I made a bunch of splits with swarm cells, because as soon as you start feeding them sugar water, or like just open feeding, man, they start brooding up like crazy. I put some pollen supplement and sugar water, and since it's warm down here, they just start brooding up. And then once they get tight in those boxes, they start making them swarm cells, and I just pull them out and split them.
I was finding, I guess my mite treatment, I don't know if I like Apivar or not, because I went into a few colonies and was finding strips in them, right? Still from last year, that I was like, these should have been gone, and they were still hanging out in there. So they had them all waxed, and you're trying to scrape the wax off of it, and they've got the strip waxed in there. But I didn't use the nails. And this time I used the nails.
Yeah, well, last year I used apivor, and I mean, all my bees lived last year. I used apivor and oxalic acid, and I think I lost one hive, and it was just because it was a small hive. But I didn't use any, let's say, chemicals, packaged chemicals. I just used oxalic acid this time.
Well, Brad, that's what I was going to ask you about, because I had an incident here about, I guess it's been 2 years ago, where I lost quite a few of pretty much over half of my nukes. And I'm like, okay, my treatment program at the time was, I did Apivor, and then I came back and I did oxalic acid, and I had it in my mind that I was going to be able to kill all the mites, the threadic mites, as they were hatching. So I was actually dosing them twice a week, like on a Wednesday and a Saturday or something like that. Or no, it was a Tuesday and it was about a 2 to 3 day window in between each one. Reading some of the experiments that Randy Oliver did and all that. And I would start in September, and it would be and go through October. So I would do about 6 weeks, at least 6 weeks, sometimes 7. And I'm figuring, okay, I've killed them all, as they're coming out. And it didn't seem to quite work for me. So the last year or two, I've been using, for me, winter time, I have to get started with winter, and, with information from Dr. Sammy Ramsey, which I've had him at my own bee club. Of course, he was local at the time. I think he still is, unless he's moved to Washington State. But he said in his talks, you got, for us, you got to start in July, August, and start treating after the honey flow multiple times, and in order to knock them down to get them through the winter. Now, in your situation, your climate is totally different. I don't really think you have a really cold winter, do you? for the
No,
most part?
no, it comes and goes like 2 or 3 days here, 2 or 3 days, in
Yeah.
a couple of weeks. But mostly it's like in the most of our winter is like in the 50s.
Right. So
A
they're
little
not,
bit more further
they're
down
brooding,
south.
they're going to brood right straight through the winter. You probably have
Hmm.
brood in there,
Yeah,
don't you, all the time?
Brad, I think
yeah. Like I had like little softball size brood balls
Clusters.
in there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Cat brood.
yeah, I think we figured out Brad's about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours north of me, kind of
yeah.
northwest.
About 2 hours northwest of you. But
Louisiana. Okay.
Yeah.
yeah,
But I
So,
mean, he's like me. He'll get 1 or 2 days of 30-degree weather, and then it goes right back to 75.
yeah,
okay.
yeah. Usually
So
our lows are like 50 as far as wintertime goes.
at night,
No, 50, like 50, yeah, 50 at night, 70 during the day.
really.
Yeah.
So you got a situation there where you're not going broodless. So that was the thing with me in the last 2 years. I finally got it in my head that oxalic acid is really good for only when your hives are as broodless as possible.
Yeah.
And so what I've done is change my program where for me, winter's coming down. I actually, like I say, it's 39 degrees right now. And I've gotten down this year down to single digits of 5 degrees. And so I started out in August with, now this year, you're not going to be able to do this, I'm sure, but I happened to get an opportunity where I had low humidity and heat that was below 80 degrees. So I put 2 strips of Formic Pro on my 10 framers. I put a strip of that on my 5 framers right above the brood, did that for that, 2-week period. And then I came right behind that with Apivar strips for everybody. And I'm, if there's, it's not so much brood, but if there's 5 frames of bees, they got a strip. So I either put anywhere from 2 to 4 strips in my 10 framers. And if I had 3 boxes of, let's say 2 deep boxes of nukes, 5 frames, and they're bees from top to bottom, they got a strip in each one of them boxes. But in your area, you're getting what is your temperatures in the 90s to 100 down there in the summertime? Let's say July,
Oh yeah.
August.
Yeah.
100, 105 heat index, what,
All right, so
150?
Formic Pro is totally off the table for you guys.
Yeah.
It would be more appropriate for when you get below 80 degrees, more so, I guess, towards the wintertime. And I mean, it sounds kind of, you have the temperature for it to permeate. So you would do it you would do it as your third treatment. Your first treatment being, I'm not sure what time of the year you would start that. When's your honey flow over with?
July, somewhere around there.
July.
Well, that's when I'll harvest around July.
And then you're done, right?
Yeah,
Done
I'm
for the
done.
year.
So
So
we can still raise bees. Like I can still raise queens in July and a little bit into August. Matter of fact, I have 2 colonies that requeen. I checked them in September. They had supersedure cells, and when I just checked them a week ago or 5 days ago, they both had queens in them. I was expecting them to not have anything, but they both had queens, so they requeened themselves in September. So that was pretty lucky.
So July, figure let's say August, you're still getting temperatures above 90 and most likely.
Oh yeah, August is one of the hottest months.
Yeah.
Okay,
like
I would be,
100.
in fact, if you're not putting honey supers on at that time, I'd be dropping the Apivar strips in there.
Yeah.
That's
Normally for our area down here, we're going to start, our honey flow will be over like the end of June, beginning of July, and then we'll start pulling. And then what, Brad, probably end of September, we'll start getting some goldenrod coming in.
Yeah.
Now, is
September.
that nectar or is that just pollen?
Pollen at first, probably mid to late October, we'll start getting good nectar.
Really? That late?
Yeah.
October.
If you get a good,
We're in winter.
Oh, we still had
Well-
goldenrod blooming here in November.
Yeah, we only get nectar if it's a wet summer, a wetter summer, but a lot of times it's just pollen.
Yeah.
Right. That's it. Here, if it's just pollen, it might last 3 weeks, and I'm done.
That's
But,
how my privet did the beginning of this year. It bloomed out. We had privet everywhere, but we didn't have enough rain to produce the nectar on it.
I never really see any increase in honey from the goldenrod. I mean, when I check the hives, it's like whatever I left them in July from the spring flow.
A little bit.
There's not that much. There's not that much of an increase.
On average, I could probably fill at least another medium super on goldenrod here.
Yeah,
Maybe
you
one
must have a better flow.
Now this year we did.
closer.
Last year I only seen 2 or 3 goldenrod plants around here. We didn't have much, but this year it was kind of everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But my suggestion would be to hit them with Apiary somewhere after your flow where you think it's right for you. And then, let's see.
I was going to try that. I think they call it Apagard.
Apiary. I was just going to say that. I would do
But
Apiary.
Mike Berry used it. He said he didn't like it too much.
Is that right?
For what
I
it
think
did
it's
to the
just
bees.
it just depends on the. I'm going to try it this coming year too. I got a tub of it, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to do it. I think sort of like if it's heat sensitive. Like all right, I do know that Bob Benny said it's going to shut your brood, making down. So for me, I want to do that early on. So I want to do that in either early August, early July into August for 4 weeks. So I'm going to hit them at, let's say, 25 grams of that and once a week for 4 continuous weeks and see how that works for me. And then come behind them with, that's going to be Apiary, and then let's say Formic Pro somewhere's in there when it gets a little cooler. And then for me, I have a winner more so than what you all do. And then I'll hit them with oxalic acid. I've been trying to get out here about once a month or twice a month and hit them with vapor and all, keeping them going.
That's what I'm going to do better this year, or this coming year. Last year I was just wore out work and everything, but I had as soon as I pulled super, starting doing OA vapor, and I didn't.
Well, last year we had a nice warm winter, early winter or fall, so I vaporized October, November, and December twice a month, and then January was too cold. All of February was pretty much too cold. I hit them the last weekend of February, and then after that, I quit treating. So, James, can you hear us? Can
I can hear you. I'm not sure you guys can.
You got to turn your mic up. I can't hardly hear you when you're just talking.
Oh, I was going to say the mic's all the way up. Maybe I'll pop out and try and come back. That makes a difference.
Yeah, but I said we could barely hear you, James.
You want to come back?
Maybe you guys like it that way.
Hey,
No, we can. Yeah, I mean, we can hear you, but barely.
Hey, give that mic to Bob. I mean, give it to Bob.
what?
Be quiet, Mike.
All right, I'll be back shortly.
All right, sign in, sign out.
Yeah, whenever I do try to get on my right schedule for OA for myself, I do it every 5 days for 25 days. And that's, like I said, middle to the end of July, after I get all my honey pulled off, is when I'd like to do that. And then I'll do that again in October.
Now, I don't know if y'all ever heard of this, but when I first started, for the first year, I lost everything. I had 2 hives, and I didn't treat. And when I got them from the guy, they were already infested with mites because I could see the mites on them.
If you can see the mites on them, that means you better take them things back because they were dead on arrival.
I never had bees before. I never worked with bees, and I bought 2 nukes from him, and I'm putting them in the box, and I was checking these things every day because I was so excited to have bees. And when I would pull out the frames, I would see some little bugs on their backs and everything, and I called this guy up. I called this guy up and said, hey, because I raised chickens and 4-H chickens, and they would get mites on the end of their feathers that we had to dip them with. And I said, I wonder if this is a type of mite that they would get. So I called him up. I said, hey, these bees look like they're infested with these little bugs. He goes, oh, they might have mites. He says, why don't you just go ahead? He told me to get some mineral oil and a smoker.
Yeah,
a
a fogger.
And I fogged them, but it was like on the 5th day that I had them, one of the hives absconded. They just totally left. And I even saw them doing it. They were just taking off, coming out. They were pouring out the hive and just left. I guess they were trying to, they were so infested with mites. And the second hive, they lasted about 2 or 3 weeks, and they absconded. So I lost both hives right off the bat.
It must have been hard loading up those empty boxes on your brontosaurus to carry them back to the house.
What's that you sell, Swarm Commander?
Yep. Hey, you know what was good about tonight is he's actually taking Swarm Commander off of the shelf and replacing it with mine. That's even
what?
Yep.
Wait. You saying who's doing it?
The people that ordered from me today in Alabama.
Oh. Okay.
James, can you
can you hear me any better?
Oh yeah, much better.
Yeah,
there we go.
I'm gonna go ahead and because since I lost a bunch of hives, I caught some swarms last year by one of the apartments that I take care of, and I'm gonna go put some more swarm traps there. I caught 2 swarms in by one spot. If I'd have had 4 swarm traps there, I'd have caught 4 swarms because I put a trap there, and because I've seen a lot of bees around the flowers and stuff, the trees and stuff, and I put a swarm trap there, and I caught a swarm, and I just said, well, let me bring one with me, and I hung another one. I took that one down. 2 days later, I had another swarm move in. So I caught 2 swarms. So I'm gonna bring a bunch of swarm traps back there, and I'm gonna use your swarm lure and check it out and see how it goes. Because I was just using I had some of those little, I don't know where I got them from. You would just pop the little.
You got them from me.
Cap.
I sent them to you. The crushed vials from Swarm Commander.
Yeah. Okay.
See,
and I had used
I
those.
think that was on my 100 sub giveaway, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He won the.
Yeah. Be careful. Brad wins on every giveaway. He won the solar wax melter. I sent him acorn frames, right?
Yeah, I think it was eight of them.
No, I sent him. No, wasn't it 10 and 10, right? It was medium and deep.
No, it was 8 and 8.
8 and 8. I thought I remembered you say something about he was doing the 8 frames then.
Hey, now that they have whack comb on them, could you send them back? I really could use them.
Well, I got a bunch of comb. I got 10 hives of double deep, triple deeps of comb right now, empty. So I mean, I got plenty comb, and that's another problem I got. Last year, I took all my comb that had brood from a few hives. You got a few hives that died or slime out or whatever, and I wrapped them up in the boxes, taped the boxes, and thought I had them all secure. And when I opened them up in the spring, that was a bit of wax on them combs. It must have been one wax mark got in there and tore up the whole stack. But I had a hive at my mother-in-law's house that I removed one of because it was a smaller hive. So I removed one of the boxes, and it was a box of brood comb. And I condensed them down to one box. And I took that hive and I stuck it on top of the tractor. Only need a lean-to, and left it there. And the next spring, with it being outside in the open air, it was just as perfect as could be the next spring.
It got sun.
And everything. Yeah, it was just a lean-to shed, and sun could shine in there. So
like Mike Berry's does that.
Yeah. So this year I put as much as I could on a little lean-to that I have. And if you've seen the video, most of them I just turned them on their sides and just left them there to dry out and let the bees dry out. I'm gonna leave them there until I need them, because if I put them in a shed, there's so many wax moths around here. If I stick them in the dark somewhere, that's just over with as far as the brood comb. They won't touch the the honey supers, but they'll touch that brood comb. They'll eat it up.
Well, you think
I
you
stack
got
all mine up,
problems.
put paramoth on them.
You think you got problems. James only made 3,800 pounds of honey this year.
Only 38.
That's a crop failure. I think Brad's, he said it the best. I mean, that really is a failure for us up here.
Yeah,
Right?
but
I
he
mean,
nailed it.
Now, Bob, the thing is that 3,800 Canadian pounds?
Oh yeah, it's like 2.3 pounds of US.
oh, you know what?
That's 3 pints.
Our gallon's bigger than yours, gents.
Oh, is it?
True.
Okay,
You know,
we'll give it to you. No, we just say that because even on your bad year, we wish we could make 3,800 pounds.
yeah.
I'd be happy with
Yeah.
a third of that.
So this year's going to be interesting. This year's really going to be an interesting year for me, to see, well, A, where I grow to, see if I hit that number, and then B, to see what the girls do. Basically, I'm starting with 5 times as many hives this year, so it's really going to be an interesting year.
You think you're going to run up against the not having enough time to manage the colonies if you grow too big?
That is definitely a concern for me. Yeah. So, what is that number? Like I said, I still have a full-time job, so I don't know if that number is going to be. I might be at that number, as I mentioned before. That number might not be until 200 hives. I don't know where. It's really going to.
Mine apparently is 19.
Well, what it's going to force me to do is it's going to force me to hone my assessment skills. It's going to force me to hone my management skills, and of course, it's a catch-22. You're not going to know you're making a mistake until it's too late. You've already made it. So it's going to be an interesting year.
Well, now we were on live last night, myself and Bob and whoever else was on, and we were talking about Bob where he wants to go. He's got 19 hives right now, so he needs to, let's say, go up to 21 more hives. So what's your suggestion or philosophy on how did you accomplish going from 16 hives to 78 hives? What did you do just to accomplish that, and how you did it?
Made his own queens.
Well, absolutely.
Well, I mean, it's more to it than that. You got your boxes, but I mean, did you go from Nuke to 10 frame or just what, James?
Okay, so there's a few things. Keep in mind, I spent 5-6 years getting to that point, that point where I thought, okay, now I'm ready to expand. So the first one you need, and I learned that lesson the hard way last year, is you need the woodware. You need the equipment. If you think you're going to grow, make sure you have the equipment to grow. That's
Bob
the first
got the
one.
equipment.
So, you need the equipment. If you're ready to grow and you don't have the equipment, you're behind the 8 ball. The second one is you need the bees. Plain and simple. You need the bees. So, you need the genetics and you need good queens. Bob and I were talking earlier on that one hive he's got. So, so for example, I don't know if maybe you want to give everybody a lowdown of that one Nuke that you and I were talking about, Bob, as to where we were sitting and what we thought.
Well, if you watch to earlier in the year, Ricky Rourke came and visited me, and my biggest colony was the tallest one in the yard. It was like 2 deeps, 3 mediums. It was huge. And right now it's sitting at a cluster maybe that big right now. And that's because I shook more bees in it. So it's a different breed, right? So it's not the Italian. So I'm looking at 2 different types of bees. And
I was about to ask you, were they carnies if they brooded down that far?
So I was going to say, we had a really good conversation. We've talked, 2 or 3 times today, Bob?
Yep.
So if he wants to go through, and then I kind of I kind of gave him some advice, but we'll let him explain, and then I'll kind of go through as to what I suggested for him.
So they had all moved up into a medium super. They weren't working the deep box that was below them at all. Nothing. Just in that medium. And James and I talked, and he's like, well, what I would probably do, since they're not using that space anyway, is go ahead and just drop it down. Take the deep box out, drop it down.
Yep.
Put some pollen in there, put a bucket feeder on it, and let it go. But with that, I also pulled some of the honey that they had out of that box and put a couple of empty medium frames of comb that they could then she could start laying in. And James kept texting me. He's like, well, what did it look like in there? What did she have? And what it turned out is, yeah, there was some pollen and there was honey, but she was only laying where the brood was hatching out. So she didn't have extra room to lay. So what we think was happening, at least what I assumed was happening, was there wasn't enough bees to consume the honey to give her more room to lay in there. She wasn't working back down. So as the older bees were dying off, she couldn't lay up enough bees to keep the population growing. So they started declining. So we just condensed them down and gave her some extra room. We're going to give her a week and then go back and check. And then.
So did you pull the honey? There was honey frames that you replaced them with open brood frames.
Empty frames.
Well, open.
Empty,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, brood frames that are open, so she have a place to lay.
Yeah.
Right. So all of this ties back in. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to back up to your question, Charlie. So what would I do in Bob's case to grow? So you hear us often talk about genetics. Okay. Genetics to the average backyard beekeeper really doesn't mean a whole lot. Okay. However, in this case, the bees in this instance are carnolian. So Lee, you're bang on. The carnolians they're known to winter through with a smaller cluster of bees. Okay, but here's something else that I found out, and keep in mind, I'm just learning this too. But what I have found is, especially in the winter, the bees will move up in a box, but they will starve to death in that top box with a full box below them of resources. I don't know why. What my experience is once they move up in that box during the winter months and the colder months, they will not move down. The only thing I can attest it to would be heat rises. Maybe they're going up to where it's a little bit warmer in the box. I don't fully understand it all yet. Hope maybe there's somebody on here that can explain that. So your genetics. So you need to understand what you have for genetics. So part of the other conversation Bob and I had is right now he's got some carnolians, he's got some Italians. What else have you got, Bob?
That's it right now.
Okay. So in order to grow, it's hard enough as a beekeeper to manage the bees. Now you're having to use two different management techniques for two different genetic lines, two different breeds, right? Carnolians are going to come right down. They're going to winter on a smaller cluster. Italians tend to have a much larger cluster. Carnolians, because of the smaller cluster, they're going to consume fewer resources in the wintertime. Part of the reason I think us Canadian beekeepers kind of go that way a little bit. The Italians are going to need a whole bunch more because they have that larger cluster that they're going to have to. So now you're mixing all of these. So if you wanted my recommendation, I would say pick a genetic line and stick with it for starters. Now you're going to manage all of your hives the same way. Okay. Can you interview? You said you took some Italians, you shook them in there. Absolutely, yeah. You can do that. But the bottom line is that queen is still going to be producing those carnolian bees.
Right.
So now that you've limited it down to what breed or what genetic line you want to do, you can work with them. So in this case, I think what Bob's problem was there is without knowing. The bees plugged them right out. She was trying to do everything she could. We think we're going to know a whole lot more in about 10 days because here's the other. I asked Bob, I think it was 3 questions. So my first question was how old was your queen?
And I said, I got the Nuke this year. So
But-
do we know? No.
Right. So was it a fresh queen in the Nuke? Was it an old queen in the Nuke? We don't know. You guys have asked me a few times, how long do I keep my queens? 2 years. Right. So it is possible, and plausible that maybe Bob got an old queen in there. This is part of the reason I don't keep my queens more than 2 years. They can absolutely rock it last year, but she hasn't got what she needs in order to spool that hive and build that cluster up, here in her 3rd year. So I get rid of them after 2 years and away we go. Is that the problem? We don't know. But now that Bob has given them a bit of room for her to lay, he's given them a few more bees to keep that brood and larvae and stuff like that warm. We're going to know in about 10 days. So 10, 12 days. So he goes back there now and let's call it 12 days. He should have, if that queen is laying and the weather's permitting and everything, and she's got the resources in the room, he should have eggs. He should have larvae. He should have brood, and he should have cap brood, right? And he'll be able to see what it is on, what her laying pattern and stuff like that is. Now it's just the beginning of the season, so there's a few variables you got to look at in there, but we're going to be able to assess that really quickly. If she's not spooling up and everything like that, like I told him, find a new queen. It's that simple. I can't up here in Canada. My season's too short. I couldn't muck around with a queen like that. If she doesn't come out, she's not producing. She's not part of my apiary. It's that simple. So now that you've got your queen in your genetics and they're building up, they should build up relatively quickly. The Carnolians will. Once she's got what she needs, and Bob gave her that today with a little bit of pollen and a little bit of fresh syrup, that should stimulate her. Not too much, and that's the other thing I mentioned to Bob. Go back in there and pull that pail off. Give it to them for a day or two. Pull the pail off, because the last thing you want is them to plug out that those comb that he gave her to lay in. So you just want to stimulate her and let's see what she's going to do. You can slide that pail back on maybe for a day or two every week or something, just to make sure they've got what they need. But this is going to be able to assess it really quickly. As that hive starts to grow up, and if she's a good queen, she's going to fill that medium super very, very quickly. You said you have medium equipment. She fills that very, very quickly. It makes it very easy for you now to split that, provided you can find a queen and you have the material and the resources. So one of the things that I did is I didn't wait last year for the how would I put this? The hive to become a fully established honey hive. When that box was full, it was strong enough, I split it. Then those two would grow. When they were, strong enough and that box was full, I'd split it. So it's an active management. But I proven, last year that you can grow your bees very, very quickly within reason. Once again, I still don't know what I'm bringing out of the bee barn. I'll know in basically just a little over 2 months. I'm going to be pulling them out, so I'll know exactly what I got then. But that's what I would recommend if you want to grow quickly: is stick to one breed of bees. And I don't care if it's Carnolians, I don't care if it's Italians or what, but you have to manage each breed differently. So I would say try to stick to one until you've got it, until you got it mastered. You might have 2 different types, but split them up somewhere in your apiary. So everything on the left side of the apiary, you're going to manage one way. Everything on the right side of the apiary, you're going to manage another. Something, but you're handicapping yourself with trying to manage different strains the same way. My 2 cents.
Now, as far as your born that you got all your bees in, is it something that you manage, or someone else takes care of it for you, or?
No, I manage it all myself, and actually I can do it all off my phone. So, you have a way like to check your bees like Ian does, like he goes in the barn and? I do, but it tells me right here. So I've got sensors set up all through there.
Mm-hmm.
So I can see, one of them is the south hive sensor. So I've got a sensor on the south end of the hives. I've got one on the north end of the hives. I've got one for my air outside, so I know what the outside air is, and then I've got one in my mixed air box, so I can manage it all very, very quickly. Setting it all up this way, I also get alarms. So if it, I've got an alarm set in there, so if it hits 5.5 degrees, I get an alarm any day, any time of the day or night. If it hits anything less than 1 degree, I get an alarm 24 hours a day and night. And I have the ability from my phone. So, for example, when I was down at the Hive Life conference, I could check my phone. I have the ability to turn an exhaust fan on or off. I can turn the heaters on or off. I can adjust the heat temperature all remotely. So I can see what's going on from my phone at any given time. My barn's about 20 minutes away from my house. So, and I do try to make a trip out there, once a week. And in fact, tomorrow, I'm going out there. I haven't been back out there since I went down to the Hive Life. So it'll be about 3 weeks. So,
Do you open up any of the hives and check them, or not?
I don't normally. I kind of look in underneath. You can kind of see the cluster and everything in underneath. I watched Ian do that the last time. I'm thinking I was going to open a couple of those up. And in fact, to be honest with you, Charlie, I was hoping to maybe be out there tonight and do this on this live stream, but things just didn't work out, because I know a lot of people are asking, well, what does it look like? How do you do it? What can you see? And
my question is this: did you build a barn big enough to hold 200 beehives?
Well, actually, what it is I didn't build the barn. I was nice enough, or I guess I work with a lady who was nice enough. She has a family farm with a nice big shop out there, great cement floor, insulated walls, insulated ceiling, big door and everything like that. And she's nice enough. She rents me that building. So from there, what I did is I built the customized ventilation system for it. I'm a tinsmith or a sheet metal worker by trade. So I put in nice ventilation system where I could mix the inside and outside air. I put in the exhaust fans so that I can exhaust all of that. And of course, I built in that system a delivery system for some gases and stuff like that too. So yeah, and to be honest with you, I could probably fit. I got 78 hives in there, and it looks empty. It really does. I could probably put. Oh, I'm thinking without any problems at all, I could probably easily put 500 hives in there.
It's a pretty good sized building then.
It is. I'm very, very.
How big? How many hives does Ian have in his?
I don't know how many he runs. I really don't.
I think it's something like 1,500 or so.
I thought it was 18. I thought he was around 1,800. So.
Okay. Because I seen where he was like lifting up the tops and peeling back, and he would talk about how some of them had too small of a cluster, and he didn't know if they were gonna make it through. And he had good clusters, and
that's what made me thinking. I've never ever actually. I'll be honest. Once again, this is my first year in the barn, right? So I try to make sure I'm transparent, because there's a lot of stuff I'm learning here right now. But I've never thought about opening them up. But I think I'm going to open some up tomorrow. I'm curious. Now I want to see what's in there, right?
How about the bee drop? Like he's sweeping up in between the aisles. I mean, have you noticed a lot of that yet? Or?
Oh, lots. And in fact, I asked Brad, as you know, Brad and I talk lots. I consider myself very, very fortunate to have somebody like Brad. I never really thought about it, but I guess he is kind of a mentor of mine, that I can pick up my phone and I can text him at any given time and I can get an answer. And I texted him. I says, like, how many bees is too much? Like, what is an acceptable bee drop and what's not? And he, I think I got a couple laughing emojis, and he says, it's this simple. He says, if they're still alive in the spring, it was the right amount. If they're not alive in the spring, it was too much. It's a hurry up and wait and see, right?
There's
So-
no
Yeah, because
silver bullet.
the first time I seen him sweeping up all those bees, I was like, oh my god, his
Well,
bees are dying.
I'll be honest. I've only got 78 hives, and you know those big metal garbage cans that you can get, 2 handles on each
Yeah.
side, the big. That is already half full of bees in there, like just by sweeping them up.
Yeah.
It is nerve wracking. I had sent a couple things back and forth on. I think it was one of my channels. Ian reported back on, and I was asking him, it's like, well, how much is too much? And you start thinking about all of these things, like, am I going to have any bees left? Did I give them enough food? Did I treat them properly? All of these things, and he gave me a little bit of advice, and I think that was, you're overthinking it too much, like I do. So, but
Well, now,
Yeah.
before
Now,
you said you just this is your
yeah.
first year, how did you keep? I mean, you kept your bees outside, right?
Absolutely.
And then, I mean, you
Basically-
had some serious. I mean, you got some serious cold weather, and you get lots of snow up there. It seems like, from what I've seen the videos. So, how did they survive that?
Well,
Did you
la-
insulate them or something? or what?
last year I insulated them. So if you go back and you take a look at some of my videos there from last year. So last year I insulated them with 4 inches of styrofoam SM all the way around them, top, bottom, and all 4 sides. And I still ran the, I think, what did I have? I think the winter before I went into winter with, I think there was 2, 4, 6, 8 hives. And 4 of those 8 were still on the hive heaters. And I pushed them all together, so the hive heaters basically help heat all the rest of them up there too. But
Okay.
yeah, and obviously I just had way too many this year to try and insulate them all, right?
Well, that's what I was just thinking. I said, after you get to a certain amount of bees or hives, it's pretty difficult to individualize, insulate, or
Yeah.
the bee barn in your climate conditions makes a tremendous amount of sense.
Well, it does. Like, there's a lot of commercial beekeepers up here that still leave them outside. They'll put them on a 4-way pallet. They will wrap the 4-way pallet, and then you'll see the wood or the top domed over the top of them. So some people up here are very, very successful. Last year we had an extremely messed up spring. Let's put it that way. And some of the beekeepers lost in excess of 50 to 80% of their hives.
Wow.
So if I was to lose 50 or 80% of my hives, and I might, just due to some of the let's call it experiments that I did this winter, it would be devastating. But I mean, I do everything I can to try and husbandry my bees as much as I can.
I mean, and I thought I was going through learning curves. You built a whole damn barn that you gotta get used to get used to using. So it is definitely one of those things that I'll sit down and I'll think about stuff and overthink it too, right?
Right.
And I told James, I said, it was this time last year when I started making those splits when it was warm and it was too early. And I'm trying to fight every urge that I have to let the bees be bees, just let them do their thing. And instead of me monkeying around with them and messing them up. So it's just, you look at the one colony and it's a deep and 2 medium slam full of bees. And then you go to another colony that's a different breed and you got this many bees in there, so it's like they're putting the Jedi mind trick on me.
Your cluster keeps growing. I think the first time you told me your fingers were like this.
It's like this big now.
Then it's like this, and now it's like this. It's kind of like.
Well, I shipped bees in it. It was small.
There's what Brad's saying.
You guys should be in Ohio. I have to wait till like middle of April to even start thinking about grafting and doing nukes. And all my customers always want it in April. It's like, nope, not till May, middle May.
Well, actually, like you say, your weather in Ohio is exactly like Maryland. Queen rearing pretty much like you say at the beginning of May. And like you also say, everybody up around here are getting packages
Right.
in early April. But that's because, you travel 12 hours down south
Right.
in
And
order
pick
to
them
do
up.
all that stuff.
Yeah.
And then they are starting to queen rear. Valentine's week is when they start down at Hardeman's in Georgia and most every area down there. And that's why they're based down there, is because of that, because of the heat. And also they can get ahead of
Right.
everything.
Well,
saw-
this
Yeah, I
time,
try to graft sometime in the middle to the third week of April, planning that by May 1st I have enough drones flying around.
I was
And
going to
I
say,
gauge that timing on the drones I see in the middle of April.
right. So, buddy of mine, Alan, he's the guy that helps me put these boxes together. Actually, he comes over and helps me quite a bit with my beekeeping. Thank goodness, bit of a lifesaver. But we were discussing today. We're looking at about this time next month. I'm going to be starting to crank the heat up on my drone colonies, and everybody laughs when I say drone colonies, but that's exactly what I use them for.
Right.
Somebody asked about that in here at the beginning of the chat about
Yeah, whether I had drone colonies.
I started a new fad, have I?
Yep.
8 of my 30 hives get drone frames in them just for that reason. Get some more drones.
I'm gonna make me a frame for every one of my hives. I'm gonna do like what Brad said, make a story frame, but I'm gonna use it to like do mite checks and stuff like that with it, and just to produce more drones in the hives that I want. But like a lot of the hives, I'm gonna do like he said, just put a center of like regular plastic foundation on the sides. I'm gonna let them build out their own drone cone that I can just cut it off and check for mites and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And,
I think it's interesting the fact I questioned him up on that storyboard lots, and I think what he does is he just takes a piece of foundation and cuts it in half. But
okay.
I find it interesting, the technique like that, just to come up with a storyboard. And the part that I find extremely fascinating about that is he had mentioned that they stopped building the burr comb. That alone would make it worth it, right?
Yeah.
And I never noticed that. I'll have to take a look. I don't know whether the hives that I have those green drone frames in have the burr comb. I don't think they do, actually.
Because if I had one green frame that I had bought just for whatever reason, I don't remember why, but I had it in a hive, and it was the only hive that when I pulled, because I keep double deeps, when I pull all my double deeps apart in the spring, there's nothing but drone comb between the double deeps that I actually break apart. And I check when I pull the hive, I can see what the drones and see if they got mites. Well, the one that I had the green frame in, there was very little in anything in between the two hives when I pulled it apart that actually broke like drone brood apart. So I think they use it, Now, when I put it all the way to the right on the outside, they just filled it with honey. But if you put it more towards like he said, the third or fourth frame, then they use it for drone.
Yeah. Well,
And then you don't find any more drone in the, let's say, in the rest of your other frames. I'll say it's all.
I didn't do that much. I didn't really realize what was happening until after I heard other people mentioning it. I remembered that one frame I had in that one hive, what was going on in there. So this year I want to make a frame for each hive, put in there in the same position. I can cut some of it out and check to see what's going on before I start losing too many bees, like the mites or something like this, what's actually happening.
All right. So
because we had drones being produced all the way all the way till August last year.
I got drones right now. Some.
All right, so let's go over this story frame. I remember was Brad it came up with it, right?
Well,
As far
actually,
as-
Brad's just commented here. So he says he wanted to give credit to the story frame to Lori Miller.
So it's a
He
is it
he was
just
the
a
one I heard
brood
talking
frame?
about it the other night.
So it's just a piece. It's a piece of, and he can comment here because he's obviously listening. So if I bugger this up, my understanding is it is a piece of plastic foundation of which he cut in half. He puts it into a standard frame in the center, so both sides are wide open, and he allows the bees to build the brood comb on both sides of that piece of foundation that he put in there.
And then by that he can tell how many mites or whatever's in the hive per se, or by picking it or what.
Well, I don't know. That would be a good question next time Brad's in here. You know,
Tuesday night.
He did. I did pick his brain a little bit, but you know, I think from the way he did it is, the queen's not going to lay brood until pardon me, let me back up. Lay drone brood. The only time they will lay drone brood is if they have everything else they need. The queen will continue to lay up worker bees until that hive is where they want it to be. Then they will there we go. Then they will go and she'll start to lay up the drone brood, but she will not, and the hive will not let her make drone brood until they have everything else they need, until all the rest of the resources they need are there. So and it just basically it tells that story, so you can see if they've got the drone, she's laying drones in there, your hive,
She's
I think, is in pretty
get ready to swarm.
in pretty good shape. Well, I don't think it's so much a swarm thing. It's just they have everything they need, right? It's natural for every hive to create drones. So it's natural for a hive to have drones, and drones don't by no means that your hive is going to swarm. I'd say drones is a sign of a very healthy hive.
I agree.
So
Something.
Yeah, I've also had where with the green frames that people, I don't know, some of them in here in the chat have said you put that one green frame in there and it gives the bees a place to lay the drones. And that way you don't mess up your worker bee comb and keeps things going better. Here comes the man himself.
he can answer the questions.
He can answer all our questions for us.
You're talking about me.
Yeah.
It's easier to chat it, isn't it?
Yeah, I can't type that fast.
You know what it was?
Everybody
Everybody was asking me. They're like, "Well, what does Brad think?" I have no idea what goes on in Brad's head at the best of time.
Look at the yard he's got there. Let's see it. Let's see if I can figure out how to bring him Brad. Solo layout. Is that how that? Look at that.
Just a couple colonies back there. What are you doing in Ian's yard? No, I'm just kidding.
That's just the home yard too. That's not with the out yard moved back yet.
You say it's a holding yard.
No, his home yard.
Oh, home yard. Okay. Exit solo layout. Okay, now I figured that out.
What happened to Lee?
Huh?
So now
What
I'm
happened
here.
to Lee?
Oh, Lee had to go and get a part for somebody's car, his wife's car or something like that. He said he'll be back in a little while.
Perfect. So now that Brad's here, we'll get Brad to explain his story frame.
Well, you guys pretty much had it, Charlie. You raised something that I could answer easier with this thing. So I started doing that when I started beekeeping. Of course, every beekeeper wants to be, as treatment free and organic as possible. I'm no different. I don't like filling my hives with chemicals and things. I don't think anybody does.
And it costs
But-
money too.
Well,
You
sure, it
know?
costs money. And you know what? I forgot to change my audio settings.
You're
so that's
sounding
better.
good.
Yeah, that's
You're
better. So I started using the green Pirco deep drone frames
Right.
in my colonies so that I could take the drones out, the drone pupa out, which would presumably have a lot of mites, and I'd throw it in the freezer. I'd have two frames per colony, and I'd just swap them out, and then I'd have one set in the freezer. And that worked fine. I did do some investigation of the pupa, and I really never found a lot of drones. So either it wasn't working or it worked really, really well. So either it wasn't catching drones, or I just didn't have it, or it wasn't catching mites, or I just didn't have any. So I don't know which. So fast forward to I did that 2015, 16, 17, I think was the last year I used those. And I had 120 colonies managing in 2017, and by cracky, that was a lot of work for one guy to get around every 3 weeks to swap out every frame. And with a honey flow like ours, you can have a lot of boxes sitting on top of that hive, so you got to get down in there and get those frames out of the brood chamber. I did kind of come up with a solution for that, and again, it wasn't my idea, but I implemented a solution, and that was to use shared honey supers. Because I was using two-way pallets, then I would put my honey supers in the center and build a tall stack and put a small lid on the side, so I could take that small lid off and access the green frame from the side. And I have a video on that too.
Yeah, I think I seen that a long time ago.
Yeah, it's actually my my most popular video by, I think, twice.
Well, see why why it is, because there's a guy here in Pennsylvania that I actually bought the hive where it's two individual queens on either side, and then you have a stack in the middle.
Right.
And that was way he was trying to devise a hive where he doesn't have to pull the honey supers off, and you can manage the brood chamber without just lifting a small lid. And he's still working on that to where it's basically a stack up going straight up. Kind of looks like an L, and the L part is where you would get into the brood chamber by removing a lid and everything.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, it kind of sounds similar. There's a
Yeah,
lot
it's
of
very
ways to
very
do that
similar.
stuff. I'm just, as we talk, I'm just trying to kind of find a picture of that setup to give people an idea of what I'm talking about. But so continuing on from there, let's see, is this kind of the best picture? It might not be the right aspect ratio, but that's, sorry guys, that's not going to work because it's the wrong aspect ratio. Can I share? Can I present?
I
Yeah,
think you can.
You just hit present, and then you got to pick the tab that you're trying to present or your screen. And then Charlie just
Okay.
has to add it in once you've picked
Okay.
it.
I'll
Do
find
I
that
hit
and then-
present, Bob?
No, he hits present,
Yeah.
Okay.
and then he picks what he's trying to show you.
Okay. So then after that year, I am going to talk a little slower because I'm trying to multitask here. I decided, oh, that's way too much work. And, it must have been that year that I actually started doing that with what I now call a story frame, because it was, I think, the last year I did it. And with the story frame, I didn't take that frame out and freeze it. I would just take that story frame out and use my hive tool to cut that drone comb clear out of there. Randy Oliver actually has a really good article on doing that whole thing, doing exactly that. And he's experimented with different types of frames too. Okay, I'm almost here. Okay, so if I open this picture, all right, now come back here. If I do present,
Yep.
and then
It should give you a pop up, and then you got to pick
share
that.
screen, share screen, share. Okay. Like that. Can you see that?
Well, then Charlie's got to hit add
Okay.
to stream.
Do I have to hit percent or
Yeah.
where?
No, you see where it's now in the bottom? It should be in the queue in the bottom. And then
No,
you
it's not. It's not there.
Sorry, guys.
No worries.
I think it's funny. They're trying to teach a bunch of beekeepers how to use a computer.
Oh, I think I find it. Okay. How's
Oh,
that?
there it is. I got it.
All right. So you see that picture? How's
Oh,
that?
there it is.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Let me
It's
see
a
if I can. Let me
it's
see
a
if I can
Brad
bring.
Stonehenge.
See that? Can you possibly see my pointer?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I? Okay, so you can see that. I'll show you in the center here. So these are two-way pallets. So there's a 10 frame brood chamber here and a 10 frame brood chamber there. There's one queen excluder in the center, and they share all of the honey supers there. And then that small cover on the side then gives me access to that half of the brood chamber. And you can, if you're eager and you need to, you can start rifling the frames out of there, and you can actually pull the 5 that you can't reach with the hook on your hive tool. You can pull them sideways, get them out of there if you need to. There's really not much reason to do that, but
Interesting.
here we go.
Oh, there you go.
So that's a little bit clearer.
Then
Yeah.
it looks like you just got a 5-frame Nuke cover on each side.
That's a 4-frame.
4-frame.
It's a 8 1/8 wide lid. That's exactly what it is. It's my Nuke cover. So that's what I was doing. But so the downsides. Why do I not do this anymore?
Is that B?
Managing those drone frames is a huge pain. Way too much work for one guy managing 120 plus colonies. This here is an escape board. So this yard I had just set in escapes, right? So I've got 6 deeps of honey on there. Okay, and like this is 6.5 feet high. Okay, and I didn't have any lifting tool for this, really, and so I was hucking these deeps back up on this stack manually.
100 pounds a piece.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. They're not 100 pounds, but they're 60.
How did you
almost
reach?
overhanding the top one. Right?
How do you reach that thing without
Yeah.
all that weight?
That's what I'm saying. It's no small task. I have another picture I could find that has me standing beside one of these, and I'm 6'4" and it's way over my head. So you can imagine how that's a huge pain in the backside. Except for Ian, he's got stacks that high all the time, or 7. And the biggest problem, because you can always compensate with equipment or something, right? But the biggest problem is if one of these colonies tries to, supersede, or they lose their queen, they won't requeen because there's too much pheromone being shared across within the shared supers. Even though the queens don't ever cross because there's a queen excluder there, there's pheromones, so one side won't requeen. They just peter out and they go queenless, and that's the end of them. So I really wasn't a big fan of that.
And actually that I had that same issue where it seemed like there was always going queenless.
When you did
when I did a
double-
hive, the same principle as that.
Yep. So I wasn't a fan of that. So that was my last year of doing that.
Hale Hive's got a question for you. He says, does the story frame keep the bridge comb from forming between the deep brood boxes?
If that bridge comb is built there to lay drones, which they often will, that's why they build it there usually. They'll build drone comb anywhere they can, and that's usually the easiest place. Then the answer would be yes. My hives are so. Here's another little illustration of that. 2016, 2017, I was a bee inspector for the province of Manitoba, and I was still a pretty new beekeeper. So I didn't realize really how my hives looked compared to anyone else's. And I remember inspecting people's hives, and I would open the lid and I would think, what the world's going on in this hive? It's so dirty with all of this comb that they're building everywhere. There's drone brood everywhere. This is just awful, you know, and it was a terrible thing to manage. And it was a long time before I realized, oh, I use drone frames and they don't. So that was a real big realization of one of the
I
big advantages to the drone
I
frame.
got those frames, those green frames. I'm gonna try that this year. See if I can't.
I
maybe-
haven't been able to get them to draw any wax on mine. Even with the one that I put in there a few weeks ago, they drew a little bit of burr comb on it, and that was it. I scraped it back off and put it back in there. So
You're not in a flow or anything though yet either, Bob, right?
right, no, not yet.
Yeah, you got to be on a flow to draw comb.
Yeah.
And draw it, like roll it on hot. Don't like that works. But you got to be on a flow.
Yeah, I had to double wax mine
Let's see.
to get him to draw it out.
Do you just combine after the honey flow if the flow goes queen? Honey flow if one goes queenless.
Well, I don't do it anymore, so you know, I guess that's what a person could do. Often, you know, if they just cease to exist, they just join the other hive. I actually had one the last year I did it. I had one that went queenless, and the surviving colony didn't like all of that open space there, so they actually propolized the entire entrance, but just a little bit. And so I had this great big wall of propolis that they had put across that entrance. It was really quite remarkable.
Just sealed it right on up.
Pretty much, yeah. They didn't want all that space.
Yeah, Paul, I think you were saying the two bottoms are separate and you got a queen excluder on top so that the queens can't pass over to the other side.
That's right. And I do the same thing with, and I should, while I talk, I'll find a picture too, with, while we're on that topic, I do the same thing with the 6-frame boxes that I run. This might take me
So when you put these green frames in, when you're going into your hives, let's say in between the boxes, you don't find any burr comb that is attaching the two frames together, correct?
No, yeah, none.
None. So that kind of makes a bogus where the people say they use that as they use it as a ladder, obviously from one frame, but they don't seem to.
They don't build it as a ladder.
They don't build it as a ladder. So that's another beekeeping myth.
They just use it as a ladder once it's built.
They use it because it's got drone comb sitting there. But now
I use lots of things for ladders that weren't built for that.
Right.
Yeah. But that also brings a point to the fact that, okay, where I'm going into my hives and then I'm scraping the top of the frames off and there's that extra amount of time in your hive. Now you alleviate that extra work for yourself and you can pop the boxes off a lot easier because they're not attached.
Yeah, there's more or less attachment when you're trying to take that top box off, for sure.
Yeah. But, you know, I find sometimes they'll put like you say, like a lot of drone comb in between there. And then you're trying to pull the box up and then reach in there and kind of dig a little bit of that. Finally, it breaks apart. So I'm gonna have to try that and see how that works. See if that sounds like a good beekeeping tip.
Charlie's going to have bee hinge this year.
Huh?
Bee hinge.
Bee hinge.
Okay, I'm going to share another one, Charlie.
All right.
Let's see. Percent.
No stopping him now. He figured it out.
No stopping me now.
I even know how to make
Here
it
they
zoom out.
come.
Hey, Brad, what's your nectar flow be able to stack that high like that? Paul's asking.
The source?
Yeah.
Well, Well, my nectar flow here, that nectar flow, I had an out yard that was it was about 30 miles from my house, but there was a lot of clover, wildflower, alfalfa, probably some canola too, but the honey didn't seem like it had a lot of canola in it. It was a lot of clover.
So that's 3 4-frame colonies.
Sixes. Yeah.
Or 6. And
So
that's the same thing as what Ian makes
that's
up.
exactly what Ian's doing. So those are the 6s sitting under 2 10s and queen excluder under the 10s. So those 3 nukes are filling 2.
There's 6-frame nukes.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
And
do you
then
run do you run 10 frames in there, Brad, or just 9?
Well, yeah, 10 frame boxes. So, it'll be my same rule. If there's any foundation, there's going to be 10 frames, but if there's all comb, then there's 9.
Right.
So the real magic about this is you don't need any, because I've standardized on equipment. All my equipment is deep, 10 frame deep. All the boxes are 10 frame. All the frames are deep. I don't need anything special to run these nukes through the summer. Just 10 frame deep. Boom.
It all fits.
It
Like
all
you said,
fits.
that system that you've got there, and that, like I say, once again, thank you for allowing me to adopt it. But to everybody out there that's looking and listening, I mean, I can't say it, like everything fits, everything works.
Yeah, that's such an
you know.
advantage. Such an advantage. And the nice thing too, because these 10s are the same width and whatnot. This little pallet that I built for the 6-frame nukes is exactly the same dimension and everything as my 10-frame pallet. So they stack in my barn for the winter exactly the way everything else does. It's totally seamless.
And
Are-
everything locks together too for transport. Like,
Yeah.
Okay,
No.
I'm going to be the noob.
Yeah.
And I'm going to ask you what. Obviously, you've given some advantages for storage and stuff like that, but what does this do? What does this accomplish?
What does this? Okay, what this does is, if I'm going to make it, and this is kind of, everything is regional. Everything is specific to where you are and what your flow is like and what your season is like. So if I'm going to make a nuke in, May or even June, I'm going to make a nuke and I'm going to start it off with a mated queen and 1 or 2 frames of brood, or maybe a little bit more. I can put that in one of these 6 frames. And then what that does for me is it keeps them really tight. And then I start adding honey supers. So if I were to take that nuke, start it in a 4 or 5 frame box, move it to a 6 and move it to a 10, keep transferring. It's a ton more work, first of all, when I'm making like 100 of these. But also what happens is that nuke spends all of its time trying to grow into that big box, and I don't get any honey, or, not as much for sure. So this way I can keep them nice and tight that first summer. And I've seen a situation like this with these 3 6-frame nukes. I've seen them make 6 deeps of honey.
I had some last year, Brad, that those 3 frame nukes made me 4 frames of deep full of honey.
Yeah.
I pulled
Yeah.
about
I'll
about
usually
240 pounds.
Like if I get this made up earlier, and I mean, in June, by mid-June kind of thing, I can depend on 4 deeps of honey. And if they're strong, then I can get 6 deeps of honey off of these 3 little nukes. So then great. That goes right into the wintering building. They winter well, and then they come out, and then they can go into a 10 frame box for the honey flow next year.
And they just share workers. The workers don't.
Yeah, no, they don't care. They kind of go straight up though. So here's a phenomenon. You can go into this box and maybe this one is weak, and
Right.
you can look in this box and it'll be right full of honey over here. And then this side will be not very much, and same here. So what you can do is you take that, you just turn that box around so that the empty frames are on this side. And then
And now the workers
Bob's
will
your
go
uncle,
down.
they start filling that.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of neat. You'd think, well, they all mix and mingle. They don't really so much. They mostly go straight up.
Hey, Brad, do you set this up after the swarming tendency is finished?
Well, I don't see as it's really related. We're making our splits leading up to our swarm season for sure. That's how it would be related. When I'm making my nukes, making my splits, it'll be from mid-May to mid-June. I can make splits even after that, but you have to start making them stronger as you go
Right. So it's
later
more
in the
towards
season.
the end of
Yeah,
the splitting season, swarming season.
So I'm looking at that and I'm like, okay, she's going to lay that thing up solid
you bet.
with brood and whatever. And is she going to get to the point where she has no place to lay and she's got to stop until something hatches?
Well, that's okay because that's the box they've got and that's the box they fill. And they will. There's going to be six slabs of brood in that by the end of summer, but
And
they
that's
don't
part of
swarm.
that's part, Charlie, that makes that nuke such a strong hive the following year.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got
So
space.
So I was gonna say, Bob, what we did, so we kind of with those what I recommended for you to try there today
Right.
was this exact theory in reverse. We took away so much room, we condensed them down, and we basically reset them, if that makes sense.
Right. Well, I mean, first of all, you build all your own equipment, right? You didn't buy those 3-frame nukes or 6-frame nukes, did you?
I don't build boxes. I buy boxes and I build pallets and covers and most everything else.
I don't.
These are probably from Lewis and Sons.
They're
Are they?
Lewis and Sons boxes, yeah.
So in the States, everything is like 5-frame. I mean, I was able last year, I can put, this is smaller, right? Smaller scale, but I found that I can do 2-frame mating nukes and then put a 5-frame nuke on top of them, and the dimensions are pretty close.
Yeah, I can show you pictures all day long. And when I was looking for this one, I found pictures of I have 10-frame boxes that are divided in the center, so I'll have 5 on each side. So then I'll have a couple of double 5s, I call them, on the bottom, and then I'll have 2 10-frame deeps on top. So I've got 4 colonies on this pallet. I just found that I didn't like the 5s. They were too tight, and I didn't feel that they wintered as well as the 6s.
Yeah, that's what Ian always talks about.
Yeah, yeah.
They survive. With that extra frame in there, they seem to survive better.
It's surprising. They do. Yeah, they really.
So Spanky asks, so these are splits, and they only stay one season in the 6-frame.
Right.
And then next year once you move those to a bigger box, then you would, when you make splits, you'd split them back to those boxes again.
Right.
Just keep recycling them.
Yeah, and I think that's why they don't swarm, because they as a rule will have a first-year queen, and first-year queens don't swarm. I don't know if they ever swarm, but I don't know if that's a rule. They just really don't swarm. It's usually overwintered queens that swarm.
Yep, Brad, I weed queen every late summer, almost fall, and in the springtime, I seldom get a swarm. Maybe one per season.
Yeah. A couple of features, if you don't mind, to show off about the pallet. You can't see on the bottom, but what you can see is you can see that the runner on the bottom is not at the front. You can kind of see it tucked back in here a little bit. Can you see that runner?
Oh yeah,
that goes sideways. So what I've done is, when I designed my pallets, I decided to set that runner back a little bit. So then when I'm transporting or I'm storing bees in my barn, storing the hives in the barn, that runner locks in behind this top cleat on the lid perfectly. And so the next pallet that I stack on top of this will nestle right into this space on the lower box. And it just gives you a lot of stability and locks right in, especially if you're transporting everything.
The cross member between the two.
Yeah.
What's locking in on the.
It's like a 1x4
lids.
instead of bringing it right to the front.
Yeah, that's only in the front.
Front
Obviously,
and back.
you have to have. Well, then how do you get your forks in there?
Well, the forks go on top, just like
Well,
a regular pallet.
yeah, it's a regular pallet. It's just that the runner on the bottom isn't set to the front of this 2x4. It's set 2¼ inches back from that 2x4.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is when you take your forklift or
You mean when it's
tractor,
on top, Charlie?
no, when you're going to take your forks and where your cursor is, you're going to shove those forks underneath that pallet to raise it up, right?
Under here, yeah.
You just
But
have to make
now-
sure it's not right
There's
on the
there's
ground,
a
Charlie.
2x4. There's a 2x4 on edge here, so you got 3½ inches between the plywood and the runner.
And what's
It's
the
just-
runner? How much is far down does that runner stick down? The same width or
It's
depth?
just a 1x4. It's just a 1x4
Oh.
cross here.
Going across.
Yeah. Now I can see
okay,
how
okay.
this picture might look like that 1x4 is vertical because it fills this space, but it's not. Maybe I can. Yeah. So you can see the edge of it here.
Oh, they're on the
Okay.
bottom of the 2x4.
Yeah. I can see how
Okay, you
it
got
just
the
occurred to me that it looked like it was.
Yeah, it looked like it was coming from the top of the plywood.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you got your runner going across the bottom to support your runners, but they fit. You got them designed so they fit
They
in
fit,
between your.
They fit right in there. Yeah.
Yeah, right there on the edge of your
Yeah.
your migratory lids.
So that works
It's great.
really nice.
It's great how a picture is worth 1,000 words, eh?
Yeah. I've
Yeah,
got a
well-
different picture from the side, which shows better, but I could sit here and find pictures all night. You guys
But some of
wouldn't
the
like that.
I was going to say
Oh,
some of the
everybody's
other
loving it right now.
I was going to say some of the other things with these too is the way you've designed these. They box on the right or the left of this goes right up tight against it too, so there's no wasted space when you're transferring them or you're
Yeah.
storing them.
Yeah.
Well, it keeps everything, it keeps your heights down and everything else along with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Ian started to use these pallets. I'm building them for him and the covers to match. And when he stacks in his building, the stack with my pallets and lids is I think it's 4 inches lower
Yeah.
than the other stack.
And that could
because
be a game changer,
you've got
especially
that
inside a building.
3/4 of an inch 6 times, kind of thing.
You're also standardizing on all deep frames, no medium frames.
Yeah, that's magic right there. People say, "Oh, they're so heavy." Yeah, they are heavy, but you choose. I say with beekeeping, you choose the method that has the pain in the backside that you can put up with, and plus it's a cost thing. Deeps are 30%
Exactly.
cheaper than mediums.
Yep.
So
Now I'm sitting here wondering, I know, like I have a license insulated hive, which is 6 frames.
yeah,
And I'm wondering whether the American 5-frame Nuke it's not, we're wrong about it, where the 6-framer is the way to go for.
you could just try one. Try 3. Try and see how they work for you.
I had that license hive, and where, like, say, you got 6 frames in there, and I had them through the winter. Of course, it's no top ventilation, and they wintered well, and all that. So it just, I don't know. And you're telling me that it doesn't swarm, or the potential was lessened.
Well, I think that, thinking about it, that probably has a lot more to do with the fact that they're first-year queens. They don't generally swarm.
Right.
If you tried to run this right through the winter and then leave them in that box right into July, you'd probably lose them before that.
Yeah.
Hey, Charlie, when you look in your 10-frame deeps, typically there's only 6 to 7 frames in each box. Typically,
Well, see, that's what I've all,
yeah.
That's what I've tried to tell people in my club and stuff like that. I says, the 5-frame Nuke box is not just a box; it's a tool. And it's like Brad said, you keep those bees tight, and they will get on those frames. And let's say if you're brand new, you have no wax, they'll draw the wax out much more efficiently and evenly. on them frames because of that, because you're condensing them into that
Well,
box.
with
And,
this,
and then you just keep stacking on top, and now you got 10 frames of, nice looking wax. And then you
well,
can transfer a tent to a 10 frame box.
So
well, if
I
you
sent,
think about this setup right here, you have a potential of 18 frames of brood as compared
Right.
Yeah,
to,
for sure.
so
I mean,
exactly. Bob, I sent you a picture because I'm on an iPad. I can't share, but I sent you a picture of
to
how
my phone.
I think I texted it to you. Yeah. Just how this system that Brad came up with, how it works, and it works very, very well too. And if Brad or if Bob
You
would
sent
pop it up there,
the second one or the first one, James?
second one. The first one, everybody was asking about my setup of my ventilation system, but the second one is if just see how the system that Brad made and it, just see what comes out of there for Nuke. So um, I hardly reduced my hives with this setup, and you can just see how everything fits together and everything that just makes the whole apiary such um, a uniform apiary. And like I say, I don't know any other way to put it, but it all fits. It's all interchangeable, and it you know I know I sound like maybe I'm bragging it up, but it really is an amazing system when you use it. I mean, it's just I don't know how else to
Well, it
explain
is. It's so seamless.
you know.
It's so seamless. I do have another one if you.
There you go,
Sold me,
Charlie.
Brad.
What's that?
You sold me.
Yeah. So there you go.
Full
Like
screen
it-
layout.
Yeah, Facebook. What can you do?
You know, so I mean, it just works, and it doesn't
Can
matter.
Can you zoom in?
That is zoomed in.
So here's I just thought of one really neat little trick that you can use, and you need a system. This is two-way pallets, and I've got my little Kubota tractor and whatnot. So you've got a yard like this, right? You're running this yard, and you realize, wow, these hives are a little bit unbalanced. I'd like to equalize some of the the foraging, and they do drift. They always drift. So you can equalize stuff. You just spend like 20 minutes with your little tractor. You pick up all those pallets and you just scatter them throughout the apiary on a nice day, and everybody finds a new home. so
Exactly.
you just really equalize all of your colonies and you never have to leave the seat of the tractor. That's really kind of funny.
So, James, with this picture, you've got Pro Nuke sitting on top of your pallets.
So those are part of my split, and that's part of as I was growing. So those nukes that are on top of the pallets, every one of those nukes came out of that hive below it. So you can see in some cases there was 3 or 4 that came out of each one, and in some cases, actually, if you take a look on the third hive up on the right hand side, that's one where I had 2 little 6-frame nukes. Rather than going where Bob is, they had it completely plugged right out. I split those 2 nukes a second time. So you can see, like I say, on the right hand side, the third one back, kind of 2 blue nukes.
The blue tops.
Right. So those were 2 of these 6-frame pallets that Brad designed, of which the outside ones were doing so well and so strong, I actually split them a second time. So I think I did that right in the beginning of July.
How with that setup that you've got there, how long are you leaving them in the Pro Nukes?
Here's where I had to use a Pro Nukes is because I didn't have my poop in a group, and I did not have enough woodware last year. I don't know how
It's
else
an
to put
Alberta
it.
term, I think.
But
Well,
they were in the Pro Nukes until I could build the rest of the woodware. So
okay. We in the pharmaceutical industry, we used to have to say get our feces amalgamated.
Get your shit together.
So if I had to guess how long were they in there, I'm thinking they were probably in there 2.5, 3 weeks. When I pulled them out of here to put them into the woodware, the queens that I had in there completely had the frames and everything that were in there. She had them laid right out, like they were ready to go in a bigger box. Keep in mind that's in the middle of our flow up here too, right? And so I mean they drew out the comb and everything in there very, very quickly, and yeah, I was behind the 8 ball.
Now,
That's
clueless beekeeping. Yes, the Pro Nukes do have. They actually have a ventilation system where I think what is it? You flip the top around a certain way and
Yeah.
it turns it into a complete ventilation system.
well, it actually says vented on one side and
Yeah.
unvented on the other
Yeah.
side.
So yes, they are vented, and I think there's also when you close the fronts up, those have slots for air to flow through.
Right.
and
So
all.
that's part of the reason I like those Pro Nukes too. When I was done and I moved these out of there and I moved them into the woodware, I stacked all the Pro Nukes up, and it's now a tool in my apiary.
I love those things. I call them
Now-
problem solvers.
What about my question is how well they do in a very hot situation, heat during the day type of thing, or should you get them in the shade?
Never get
Wait.
those.
Go ahead, Brad.
Never get those hot days. Never get
Yeah.
those.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I
You
don't
don't
know
have
if we
to worry
can.
about that.
I don't know if we can guess at conditions you guys put up with.
What
That's-
was y'all's average
And
hot
the
day in
bees?
the summer there?
80, 85 maybe. Hot, like a hot day, right?
Yeah, a record-setting hot here is 100 F.
We had 114 last year
Yeah,
during the dearth period.
So
I mean, it
Alright.
can get pretty. We can be in the 80s. We can be 90 F.
So to answer that question you got up there on the screen, Charlie, no, those Pro Nukes on the top, they are now when I did this, so that the woodenware in the bottom is that's their own hive. The original queen is in that woodware down below. All of those Pro Nuke boxes all had their own queen. I dropped a queen cell in every one of those boxes
In the Pro Nuke or the woodenware?
The
in the Pro
Pro Nukes.
Nuke.
Pro Nuke. And as far as clueless beekeeping, the Pro Nuke is basically the newest thing out that's replacing the cardboard nukes that you buy from like Man Lake. Now they're coming out with these plastic ones, which are
Just as
more
expensive.
durable and actually a little bit more easier to use. They got
I love them.
gates on the front where you can close them up. If you catch a swarm, put your swarm in there, close the front of them up,
Yeah.
and haul them back to your apiary without any leakage problems. I think, what is it? The lids actually snap on, right?
Snap
Yeah.
on.
Snaps on.
Yep.
Yeah, they snap on. They have a ventilation system about them. And
You
all
take all
that.
the fun out of it whenever you get rid of the bee leakage.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. You
I
got that
like
right.
driving down the interstate with 2 dozen flying around in the car with me.
I like to use the Jester easy nukes.
That's the ones I like.
Yeah.
The
And I kind of did a little segment on my channel about the two because I've used both, and there's no perfect solution.
Yeah.
I don't. There's things about the easy nukes that are better than pro nukes, I'm sure, and other way around.
well, the Pro
Right.
Nukes. I mean, like you said, they're a tool, right? So just 2 days ago, I went out there to one of my strong colonies and shook off a bunch of brood frames and left the top off, right? So the foragers fly out and fly home. I've got nurse bees left. I just take them, bang it down a little bit, pour them into the colony that needs them, and just real light, easy to move right there,
I've
Brad,
found
you
I've
got-
always got one or two in my truck, and they're either full of full of hive tools or smoking equipment or entrance reducers, or they work great as a bucket. I mean, they're just
Oh, absolutely.
you know,
One of
and-
mine's a toolbox. Got all my little tools in it, and I collect my feed plugs in one, and one's
I
full
found-
of smoker fuel.
I found out what they're not good for.
And what?
They're not good for doing small cutouts and
Well,
putting the
yes.
comb in there because it does have weep holes in the bottom of it. So
Oh, yeah,
all
yeah,
that
It
honey
all
just
leaks out the bottom.
yeah, it
Yeah.
just leaks out the
Yeah,
bottom.
they do have weep holes.
Don't ask me how I found that out.
Brad, are you want to share? Is this next picture that you want to share?
Yeah, please.
right.
Mark, yeah, I have no side shift on my tractor. It's just straight forks, and I think they're 32-inch forks. I do have a set of 48-inch forks
Now that looks like license boxes.
for me. So these are Paradise boxes, bee box, and you can see how beat up they are. They're very moth eaten and everything. I've just been trying to keep them going because I didn't have enough equipment. I'm trying to get enough 6-frame equipment. These are 6-frame boxes to replace these. So that's one thing to see in this picture. The other is these are not honey supers. These are two, like 4 colonies here. This is in the fall when I move my bees home, and I just do my oxalic acid treatments this way. It's just easier, less stooping for half of them. And then when I move them in the building, I can pick up this whole stack at one time and move it. I don't have to spend time stacking them in the apiary and then moving, so it saves me a lot of time.
And there's your cleat system
There's
right
that
there.
interlocking runner and cleat right there. So that's just an illustration of how that goes.
And you said the wax moths will eat right through that? The
The
paradise
styrofoam?
box?
Yeah,
Yeah.
look at this.
Holy moly!
Right
Yeah.
through it.
And that's
They just-
foam.
Yeah, that's polystyrene, yeah.
Yeah. See,
Polystyrene.
you are the one who sold me on not buying those at Hive Life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I've got wood boxes that they've damn near eaten all the way through.
I don't like the way I do my oxalic acid vapor is, and I don't know if I can find one. See that little hole there? I
Mhm.
blast it through the back, along the back of the frames, and these you can't get near that with a hot vaporizer. They just melt.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
That was my
you know,
problem I had with that license hive. I stuck it in the front and I just barely touched the
yeah,
little slider in there for the queen excluder thing
melt it.
and melt.
Well,
You
And-
know.
Okay, so other things I don't like. These, see this on top of here, on all the here and
the
here,
bricks.
all these. Yeah, do you see any over here?
Mm.
No. So I got bricks. I got to deal with bricks all the time. Don't like that.
Got to weigh the lids down then.
Yeah, these lids don't
Right.
come off. These lids do not come off.
And
You know what?
We're beekeepers, Brad, so those aren't gold bricks either.
Yeah, no,
Right.
for sure not. And I don't want to say this is not viable equipment. This is excellent equipment. The bees do really well in polystyrene equipment because of the insulation. However, as we've been talking, James and I have been kind of trying to push home the point that standardization is everything. And this stuff does not look like this stuff at all. So this needs a completely different management style. I've got 6 of these on a chep instead of, 2 on a 2-way pallet. So that's completely different in my building. My tractor doesn't lift this as well. So I have to manage to make sure I put this on the bottom and then stack these on top or something. And then I need shims because these are not as wide as these, and on and on and on and on and on. And I often say that there's 2 things I like about these. I like that I have them, and I like what I paid for them. And I hate everything else about these. So that's what I like, and that's what I hate.
So what are you? These are what, 6 or 8
There's
frames?
6 frames, yeah.
6 frames. So they're your nukes or your
Yeah,
styrofoam
see,
nukes.
these are nukes that I made maybe a little bit later on, and I didn't put honey supers on them because, again, how are you going to put a honey super on this? You have to have another box just like this, put it up
Right.
there. I don't have a 6-frame queen excluder, and now you got queen excluders hanging out over the edges, and just nothing works just right. So I want to just go with all the wooden 6-framers, like back here. See these back here? That's my wooden 6-framers all over in here.
All them pallets. What do you take and rework those pallets for your 2-frame pallet or 2-hive pallets?
I build those from scratch.
So I
No,
think the
I'm talking
question,
about the
I
one
think the
and the
question
ones in
is
the back.
the 6-frame pallets are different than the 2-frame pallets. They just have a different cleat system on the bottom to line up
Yeah.
with the
No, but I
box
mean
that
in the
you're using.
background, he's got a bunch of 4x4 pallets back
Oh, over
there.
here?
Yeah.
That's just a windbreak.
Okay.
That I just scored a bunch of old pallets, so I stack them up for a windbreak.
Okay.
So one other little feature, well, 2 features. Let me tell you this. So my first year hauling my bees, I ran across a little bit of a difficulty when I'm strapping these onto my trailer, because I can fit 4 of these across on my trailer. And so I run the strap over this way, right, across them. And so what that does, anybody that's hauled anything, what that does is it'll push the tops all together, right? So it'll push this top against that one and that one against that one.
Boxer slide.
And yeah, and not only that, but when I did that, I was actually hauling doubles. So now you get the second box sliding off top of the first one. And so then I integrated a little feature where I have in the front, I have a 3/4 inch, you can call it a landing board, meaning the pallet protrudes beyond the box 3/4 of an inch, same as the lid. And even on the back, I have a 3/4 inch protrusion of the pallet beyond the box, just like the lid.
Right.
So now in my trailer, my pallet comes in contact exactly the same time as my lid. So now when I strap, everything moves it in one piece.
Yeah, everything touches everything, so there's really no movement.
Yeah,
Right.
there's no way that a box is going to slide off or be stressed somehow. The lids somehow, I don't know. I guess you can still see my camera. The lids, when you strap the lids together on the trailer, they'll tend to do this, right? If they're contacting together and the pallet isn't contacting, then the lids push together and they do this. And so now you got bees everywhere.
Right.
That doesn't happen because the pallet comes together and there's
Little
not
experience there.
a little bit of, yeah, that I learned from experience. And so that's that.
And then with the bee boxes, you do use clips and everything, just like a normal 4-way or a 2-way, right? On those hives.
In
What
the
I was
center,
wondering if you had the
in
metal
the
clips
center,
and snap on.
Oh, on the wooden pallets that I make?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a U-clip in the center. There's 2 U-clips in the center, and I do put 4
3,
U-clips
4
in
clip.
on the 6-framers. It's a little tricky because you have to get them the right distance apart for the center box, but that's not that hard.
Brad, have you found a U-clip for a 7/8 inch box yet?
That's all I use.
Well, I was going to say most of them I found are, I don't want to say 3/4, but they seem like they're just a little tight.
Well, if it was just for a 3/4, it would never fit on a 7. That's a 1/4 of an inch difference.
Yep. I find that mine are all 7/8, but I find they're supposed to be 7/8 U-clips, but I find I still have to kind of bend them out a little bit the first time.
You do, and mine, I definitely do have to bend them out a little bit because when I install them, they collapse together a little bit. When you drive that screw in, they kind of come together.
It
So then I
collapses
just
it, yeah.
kind of push them out a little bit. It's
Okay.
a little bit of a pain. You get used to it.
It's only the first time, really.
Yeah, usually I'll end up with them kind of like that, and then I'll put a box on and I'll bend one over a little bit, and I just make sure I put that box on second.
Oh yes, yep.
I'll put the one box on and then bend one of them out. It's a little, sometimes when I'm putting a frame in, the frame will hit that U-clip, and then I'll have to take a frame out, slide it back, push the end frame in, and then put the second frame in. Yeah, a little bit of a pain.
I found now that when I build your pallets for use in my apiary, one of the last things they do is after everything's screwed together, each one kind of gets hit once with the the hive tool, and that seems to be, it works, but it's just, one of those things you just learn, I guess.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a pain. Another thing I was just going to point out, you can't see it in this picture, but there's 3 entrances here on these 6 framers. I don't do this on my 10 framers, but on the 6 frame pallets, I leave an entrance on both sides. So I'll leave an entrance here, I'll leave an entrance on the other side. And then I will use, let me back up here and show you this. This one's better. So I just use a little wedge of wood. It's just a 1.5 inch wide wedge with 7/8 on one side, 5/8 on the other. Goes into my 3/4 entrance, nice and snug. It's perfect. So I use that same kind of wedge to block off the entrance that I don't want to use on these 6 framers. And that's so that I can change configuration if I'm using that as a mating nukes. So I can have 2 entrances one way, 1 entrance the other way. And then when I'm done for the season, I just take that center one, move it to the other side. Now all my entrances are on one side, ready to go into the building.
Gotcha.
So you make that block instead of square, you actually put an angle to it.
Yeah, it's a wedge. Yeah.
Okay.
And I just make them out of planks. So they're just 1.5 inches. I just set a plank on my table saw and angle the blade. And I think it's 10. I think it's about 10 degrees. 5/8 on one edge and 7/8 on the other, and it won't go all the way through, but it always goes in. Same thing here. These were built for my little 5 frame nukes, but the entrance on the polystyrene is more like 7/8 to 1 inch, so they don't fit in there tight. They just sit in there. Once again, the polys are different. More reasons to hate them.
Well, if they wanted to really sell a lot of polystyrene boxes, first of all, they wouldn't cost more than the wooden boxes, or as much. They would make them where they would stack with the other equipment without the little interlocking lip on it. They would
even the base. You look at these bases, and I think the 10 frame bases are even worse. But these bases are I guess these are mostly straight, but the 10 frame boxes, the bottom boards, they're actually angled, so you can't even put the 2 hives side to side, right?
Right.
There's going to be 1 inch or something between the boxes, and maybe that doesn't really matter because there's no other reason you'd want to put them side by side,
Right.
because they don't work.
Exactly. So the one thing that I should put out here too, because I know your audience here, Charlie and everybody else, is a little bit broad. If you've only got 1 or 2 boxes, not a big deal, right?
Right.
For Brad and I, and hopefully everybody that's out there, I can't speak enough for something that is uniform and something that fits. But if you're only a 1 or a 2 frame or 1 or a 2 hive backyard beekeeper, it's what you can afford, it's what you can get your hands on, and it's really what you like, right?
Well, there's a very good reason too, and I hope everybody will understand too that me showing things like this doesn't mean that I think you should do it. You absolutely shouldn't do it unless you think that that's what you want to do. I've got a buddy, and we started beekeeping at the same time. Now, I owned my little tractor long before I was a beekeeper, and when I was contemplating what to do, I saw this picture online of these 2-way pallets, and I thought, by gum, that would just go along with my little tractor and save me a lot of backache, pick up my hives and move them around and put them in. Well, I wasn't thinking about indoor wintering at that time. And my buddy who started beekeeping at the same time, he didn't have a little tractor. And, he's of modest means, and he was really killing himself to find some equipment that would lift these 2-way pallets and lift these 2-way pallets. And one day I said, you know what I think you should do? I think you should just run single bottom boards. Well, why would I do that? He said. I said, that's so you can lift that hive. You can't lift a two-way pallet by hand, and I'm glad it can't. Well, you shouldn't.
No, you can't.
Anyway,
I was going to say, Alan and I have tried to, even two of us to try and lift it. They're heavy. They are heavy.
well, yeah, you shouldn't. I'll say you shouldn't. I can't get my arms around it first, so I can't lift it because I can't get my arms around it. So that's an example to me that yeah, if there's all of these things that I hate about these boxes or this certain kind of equipment, that's not necessarily stuff that you should then say, oh, I hate that about this equipment. No, because your management style might be completely different, and all of
Right.
that equipment might fit into your management style perfectly. And I 100% encourage you to do that, and I 100% respect that. So, I just kind of wanted to make
And
that clear.
they could just have a different goal too, right? They may only be a
Absolutely.
10
Well,
frame
and-
or 10
and-
hive guy, and
Right.
that's fine.
Exactly. The reason I brought that up is I had some comments on my channel that I answered earlier today, which is why it was a hot right on, right here. So it came out. So, and I think if for most of us or any of us that were at Hive Life, if you remember, I think on the second row over, they even had that hive that I think was clear and it was round. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Yeah, I did. Actually, I was watching Charlie's video showing that just today.
So I mean that works absolutely perfect, and that's the great thing about being a backyard beekeeper, is there is no limit. There really is no right. There is no wrong. That's what makes all the backyard beekeepers so unique. The system that I'm lucky enough that Brad shared with me to use for where we're at, for what I'm not going to speak for you, Brad, but for where I'm at, it's uniform, it works, it fits. I don't have to worry about different boxes that don't fit each other. I don't have to worry about grabbing the wrong bottom board. I don't have to worry about grabbing the wrong cover. I need a cover, I grab a cover. It
Yeah.
fits every hive in my box. So
Yeah.
if you are, I'm going to brag a little bit here for you, Brad, but if you are looking at expanding and you are looking to try and keep things uniform, I really don't think you can beat this design you came up with. Like, I don't. I think it is a heck of a good design.
Thanks, buddy. So DC was talking about, lifting, and it reminded me of people ask me, so what's the advantage of the two-way pallet? And I said, well, it's got an upside and a downside. And I say that, the upside is, or the downside is two-way pallet is I can't lift it. But the upside is that I can't lift it.
Right.
Upside is I ain't going to lift it, because you saw me lift that double that's been fed up for winter, and I paid for that for a few days.
Yep.
That's as far as the
Crikey,
deeps.
that was
I would
heavy.
like to run deep supers because I mean it'd match my deep brood boxes.
Yeah.
It'd be less that I'm having to pull more boxes off of, but my back won't handle the deep.
Well, the other thing with having mismatched equipment, and I do have mixed matched equipment, right? So I've got medium supers, a deep, everything else.
2 framers.
2 framers, 5 framers, 10 framers, you name it, right? But when you go to extract that honey out, it makes it a little bit trickier too when you've got mediums and deeps in the same.
You got to balance your extractor
Yeah,
out.
it's real hard to balance it out too. So
I just set them aside, do everything, and then do the mediums.
See, I run all medium supers, but I got deep brood boxes. The only other different equipment I have, besides the little 5-frame nukes that I do have 4 shallow boxes, but that's just for running comb honey.
Yikes, shallows. Yeah. Typically shallows are used for comb.
Yeah, that's
And
the
you
only
see-
thing. And I only usually do those 4 boxes a year once,
Yeah.
and that's it.
And where I'm at with my trying to grow my production, in all honesty, most of the comb that was drawn out last year for the honeycomb is probably going to end up down in the brood box. I'm going to have to keep shoveling or shifting things around until I can get that golden comb, if you will, to have to drop on. So running all deeps last year my honey boxes are going to be my expansion brood boxes this year, and they'll all have to draw comb again, this year. So,
Yeah, yeah.
you know,
Drawn comb in the brood chamber, like having drawn comb for your brood chambers is absolutely magic, because you put an empty comb in a brood chamber and that queen is bang on that in hours. Um, I never now. I mean, I used to, of course, when I started, but now never put foundation in a brood chamber. But I have that luxury because it's all deeps and it just
yeah.
goes from honey frames to brood frames.
Right. That's
So
a good
there's
advantage.
absolutely, it's like everything else. Like I said before, it's you use the system that has the downside you can put up with. Deeps are heavy,
Yeah.
so I have
Yeah.
machines.
So you guys will be able to laugh at my my crop failure this year here too.
But mediums, I've considered this too, and maybe some of you fellas down south can tell me if this is off base or not. I'm thinking, running mediums. If you're running a flow that's not like my flow, for example, that comes in like a freight train, predictably in July. If you have a slower, low and slow flow kind of thing, uh, don't you want to maybe use mediums so that they can actually fill a frame and cap it before the flow ends? Is that kind of a valid concern?
Well, Charlie uses mediums throughout.
Yeah, I do.
Brood chambers and all.
I did it because of weight,
Yeah.
because of my back situation. I've hurt my back years ago, and you just be very cautious of doing things like that.
I have a beekeeper here who does that.
And what and that's another, but you're using deeps, all deeps. I'm using mediums. It's the same principle. Is like
Right.
you say,
Right.
I can switch frames from my super honey supers and put them in my brood chamber
Exactly.
and all that kind of stuff. Now I have enough of years in where I've got a ton of brood frames and stuff like that. And then I'm still adding more honey supers on to get wax, built out and stuff like that. And so it's the same principle as far as
Sure it
uh,
is.
as far as the size. It just depends whether you want a bunch of mediums. The downside on my part is if you're doing single brood chamber management, I got 20 frames I got to dig through.
Yep.
Whereas you only have 10.
Yep.
And
you've bought 20 frames compared to only having to buy 10.
And cost.
Yeah.
I mean, there's the cost difference.
and the cost.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Bob and I were
Yeah.
talking about that earlier with with my expansion and stuff like that. The cost of you don't think about it too much, but I just really quickly, some math. Don't quote me on the numbers and all these, but say $2 for a piece of foundation, $2 for a frame. So there's you got $4 times 10. There's $40 worth right in there. $20 for the box. You're up to $60. Doesn't sound like a whole lot.
Do a medium, it's 90.
Exactly. That's exactly where I was trying to get at, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, there's costs associated with that.
So if you can enter that slowly over the years, that's a little more manageable. If you run 10 or 15, 20 colonies, a little more manageable, and it's a decision. And there's nothing wrong with it. And I think people, Charlie, I think you're a really good example that way, because I think people get stuck. I actually just saw some of the comments spouting the rule that you use deeps for brood and mediums for honey. And that is absolutely not a rule. You use whatever you want. And if you want to use mediums for brood, use mediums for brood.
Yeah, because I mean, there's. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's other keepers around here that they'll use a deep and a medium, for a winter brood. But you're mixing.
That's what I did.
That's what James is doing.
I put mine to bed with a deep and a medium. Bob, we just reduced yours down. We took the deep away. In Bob's case, he's got a very small cluster with brood laid in the top box, which was the medium, but at the same token, they were still having to heat that all up, and you got some cold weather you coming your way. We've just reduced that down to a single medium brood chamber. We'll
Yeah.
deal with that going forward if they're viable and everything, but you have to, you have to, you have to husbandry the bees to help them out with what they need, and there really is no set rule. I think I mentioned here a couple live chats back, right? You can make all the plans in the world. You can have it all drawn out in paper and say, okay, this is what I'm going to do when I go to the apiary today. You go to the apiary and the bees have got a completely different idea, and guess where this goes?
And they're halfway through.
Exactly.
Well, and not to mention with the plan that we drew up for one colony, I actually sent you a picture and I hit X3 on it, right? I did it on 3 of them. So
just don't phone me up after and say, you know what, that was bad advice. They all died.
I would never do that. Hey, I'm good at killing bees, So
there's that hashtag that I told Bob before we went. I says, well, I'll tell you what I would do if they were mine, but it's completely up to you whether you want to do it or not. And I'll be honest, you're in a different area. What I kind of suggested to you is what I would have did up here at that time of year, trying to take a look at what you're looking at, basically early spring, early season. That's kind of what I would have looked at doing up here, but we won't know whether that was good advice or not. I'll be honest with you, for about 10 to 15 days.
Right.
Before we get too far from the idea of equipment usage and whatnot, again, I just really want to accentuate, especially for any newer beekeepers or even someone who's maybe advising a new beekeeper. There's so many rules that we put out there, and because a new beekeeper will always ask you, well, what do I need for this and what do I need for that? And if you're really honest, the problem is you can't put it all on the new beekeeper because they don't know. But if you're really honest, you say, well, I don't know. How do you want to manage your bees? Well, they don't know. So you kind of
Yeah.
have to start them off in a certain way.
Right.
But don't tell them that you have to use deeps for a brood. Don't tell them you have to use mediums for don't tell them you have to use inner covers and migratories. You don't you can do whatever you want. And the problem I find is, especially when we're starting out, is we want to know all these rules to say because we see all of the options soon. We'll see all of the options available, and then we'll say, well, what's the best piece of equipment out of all these options to use for this purpose? And the answer is the one you want to use.
Exactly.
Because the
Right.
misconception is that there are a whole bunch of options because some of them are better for the bees in different ways. People ask me all the time, what's better, wintering indoors or outdoors? And I say that what's better is the one you want to do, because it has nothing to do with the bees, really. It has everything to do with me. It's what I want to do. It's how I want to manage, because there's viable methods both ways. And statistically speaking, in Manitoba, the outcomes are the same. There's one doesn't give you better wintering success than the other, as a rule. It can in certain circumstances, I suppose, but I just want to accentuate that for anybody who's kind of starting out, is there's lots and lots of options, and any beekeeper who's comes and says you have to do it this way, I'd suggest find a new mentor.
Yeah.
Because anybody who's telling you how they do it, like me, I'm showing you all these pictures and showing, oh, this is how I do this. Well, that's not necessarily your best way, because the bees will do that in 50 different ways. So you find the one that works best for you. I will caveat this, that if you want to go forge new ground with all kinds of unknown kinds of hive equipment, then you're going to be the leader in that, because you're not going to find a lot of people who know anything about moray hives or something, right? And I'm not saying that's bad, but you just have to know that if you want to get lots and lots of advice on how to keep bees in Langstroth equipment, there's going to be a lot of help out there for Langstroth equipment, and a lot of equipment available.
Yeah.
You want to run a worry? Go get a queen excluder. Go get,
I-
you know.
So we're two really good examples of that, Brad. I mean, I'm running all of your design of equipment, but I'm running it a little bit different than what you are. Like I say, I'm going into the barn with a deep brood chamber and a medium on top. Is that right or wrong? For me, you guys have heard me say that a few times. That's just my insurance. So I don't have the exact same equipment because now I have all these medium boxes, and I can't remember if it was Charlie or Bob. One of the two of you guys asked me a question. How am I going to get the bees out of that medium? I haven't quite figured that one out yet, but that's part of it, right? I don't have that experience. I think Brad and that maybe that's
Bait.
why Brad and what's that?
Well, if she's laying up top, you can always put a queen screw on and let that brood hatch and then save
Exactly.
it.
And
Charlie's
that's
got
what I
it.
think I mentioned I'd probably do. I'd probably find the queen, make sure she's down below, and exclude it and let them. Exactly. I haven't figured that out yet, right? But I guess where I was trying to go with that is I'm using Brad's design, but I am managing it in a different way than what he is. Am I right? Am I wrong? I'm right for me right now, as far as I believe. And Brad will probably say, "Nah, you haven't got the experience yet." And that would be an accurate. That would be an accurate.
Yeah, I
statement.
can't say that because I've never done that. I've
No.
run double deeps, but
Well,
not.
like I say, there's no absolutes in beekeeping. You don't have
Right.
to absolutely do it this
Right,
way or that way. I
right.
mean, it's what works for that beekeeper.
Well, I was
Well-
thinking about building overwintering all mine this year indoors as well. And I was going to, just take them down to 4C, right? So they cluster smaller over the winter and don't use the resources. So they
Can you
come out
maintain
banging.
that? You gonna get some refrigeration in?
I'd have to run a cooler unit, right? As
Yeah.
cold storage to drop them all in.
Yeah.
I'm just joking.
20
Actually,
grand and you're set.
Yeah, interesting enough. It was 5 degrees here today. It's supposed to be 8 plus 5 degrees. It's supposed to
No
be plus
way.
8. Yeah, plus 8 or 9 tomorrow. And my chiller
man.
kicked in today, to believe it or not. So it got to 6 degrees, and I wasn't sure what was going on with my phone because when I set it up last fall, I set it up to give me a distinct ringtone, and my phone is going off today, and I'm like, what the heck is going on here? And it took me a little bit to realize that the chiller kicked in, and it dropped it from 6.5 degrees in the bee barn. It dropped it down to 3.2 again for me. So
Nice.
I was happy that worked. So
I'd love that in the spring. The spring is tough here because it starts to get a bit too warm. Too cold to move them out and too warm to keep them inside.
right, but now what I got to do is I wasn't ready for that, and I don't have that filled up with diesel and stuff there yet. So I've got to go.
Oh, yeah.
And the reason I didn't fill it up with diesel, once again, my house or the bee barn's about 20 minutes from my house, and I didn't want anybody to go there, steal, and siphon out the diesel out of the chiller.
Of course.
All right, I'm gonna have to do that now.
Look
Hey,
at Lee
gentlemen,
on the translation.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to run. I need to go get some pain medicine and a heating pad.
Oh,
Yeah, I think I'm checking out too real soon.
All right, I'll catch y'all on another one. Y'all have a good night.
Oh, it was nice seeing you
All right,
both.
Lee.
Yeah, good night too, everybody.
see you, Tom. See you, Lee.
Nice talking, Brad, and everybody. I really enjoyed it.
My pleasure. I'm sorry I talked too much.
It's almost
Now
like a
you're
real
going-
beach chat.
What's that,
This is
Bob?
a real bee chat, and the big thing is I appreciate Brad and James, and this is what my channel I want it to be about is insight that you all do different ways with different hives, but all the little tips and tricks and showing how you do it opens other people's ideas to different
Yeah,
ways of
and
doing
not
things.
only that, but it's working fine for me. But look, this guy does it totally differently. It's working fine for him too. That whole idea that there's not one way. There's
Right.
not one way.
The beautiful
But
thing
I
about
can
it,
take something maybe you two have
Absolutely.
and take I don't know quite the word for it, but take a piece of it and apply it to what I do.
Yeah.
and stuff like that. And it,
I've
you
been
know,
watching your videos lately, Charlie, and I'm looking at what you're doing and thinking, that's pretty cool. We're running all
I
mediums.
well,
I know a beekeeper does that, and
yeah, you know, I'm glad. I'm honored that you're looking at my videos and like, a commercial fellow like you're looking at me, and I'm like, some, like I say, I always have those problems of like, I'm taking too long, or why, I look at like you, Brad, where you got 150 hives, and I'm like, of course, now you're working at full time too,
yeah,
which makes a difference.
it
But
does.
like tonight, we're getting confirmation that a drone frame definitely helps the burr comb or drone comb in between the frames between the two boxes either diminishes or completely, alleviates that, which that's a huge, that's a, when I go in my spring hives, I'm always usually scraping that stuff off, getting the hives loosened up so I can move them and break them apart easier the next time. And that takes a lot of time,
Yeah,
but
it's
if I can
and
drop these
you've got all
frames
that
in,
juicy drones that you're all always mucking around with.
yeah,
And Charlie works just as good with mediums. Just put a piece of half a sheet in the center, and it cuts your foundation cost too.
Yeah,
Just put that in the center, and yeah, they love that
yeah.
stuff.
I
I,
actually,
I
I think,
run shallows.
you
Are you
do.
running all shallow, Spanky?
Yeah,
Wow, those are tiny. That's just a little strip of
yeah,
foundation.
that's all I run for the honey.
Are you in deeps for brood?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Okay.
Well,
um, but
no, go
they'll
ahead.
they'll draw out drone comb in a shallow if you let them.
Sure.
And so I'll have a honey super, and it'll be honey, except for the middle frame will be drone brood. And so I can just pull that out and not run that through the extractor, you know. And it gives them a place to propagate,
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah.
And the bees, they'll heat it up even if they're done with that honey super.
I was surprised that when you guys started talking about that, I was thinking, I thought everybody knew this, and people are saying, "Well, you mean it gets rid of all that messy drone brood everywhere?" I'm thinking, it's
Well,
just because it was a kind of a natural progression from when I started, and I've never really thought about it.
well, for like the green brood or drone
know?
frames, that's kind of a new tool that has been offered just
Yeah,
recently.
and
The last 3 or 4 years,
yeah, and
nobody's really known what to do with them or what the potential there is.
well, because I read that article by Randy Oliver, and he talked about doing that sort of thing, putting a partial sheet. Actually, the one he did, he put a partial sheet of foundation at the top, and then foundationless that they would drop drones in, and then he would cut that out for drone for mite trapping. And then I saw a post by Lori Miller, and she shows this frame that she's got in half a sheet of foundation in the center. She was showing it because she'd made comb honey on that, and it does make really great comb honey. I can even extract those if I need to. And then I kind of thought, because I read that article, I kind of thought, oh, I could take this Lori Miller idea and do the same thing that Randy Oliver's doing, and put that in my brood chamber and get my drones, and then I can cut that out for my mite trapping.
Mhm.
And that worked great. I got tired of doing that, so I stopped doing it altogether. But then I realized that this frame with this sheet of foundation in the center was now telling me, as a new beekeeper, a little story about that colony. It's saying, they've got it right full of, this one's got it right full of drones, so therefore that colony is a different place than the one next door is just filling that with honey or something. And I think, oh, that's a little different. So I started to get a little more education on the colony would speak to me when I opened that lid and look at that frame and say, they just tell me a little bit of a story about what's going on. So I just started calling it story frame, and now it seems to be that's what it's called.
Well,
Well, now who's Laurie Miller? I'll put it. Who is she up there in your area or what?
No, she's in, I believe, Washington State. let me see if I can find something.
She did a paper or her thesis on this, didn't she, Brad?
On
She was one that did. I think it was the overwintering. Was she the one that worked on all of those big barns that they put down there?
no, I don't think so.
Okay.
The
I did send you guys another picture.
Yeah.
I sent it to Charlie and to Bob. I don't know if you guys can bring that up, but this is what I see. This is how I know I've got them plugged out when they're ready for winter. And I was just wondering if Brad saw the same thing.
Can you do that, Bob?
Yep.
How do you do that? I'll put it to you that way. You can.
Well, the
explain.
way I do it is I actually download it to my phone, and then I could email it to myself. That's probably the best way to do it.
I'll let Bob do it. I've got too many controls here.
Just takes me a second here, but the
Charlie's like a chimp with a pistol with that thing.
you know,
Well, I'll tell you what I got on my screen here is I've got the YouTube thing running over here where I can type, and then on the 2/3 of the other is my main control screen for StreamYard. And I'm trying to read comments and highlight. It's that's why I like having Lee as my engineer, because he'll catch things a little bit better than I do.
well,
So what this is how I know I've got them plugged out in the winter. And I haven't had a chance to talk to Brad on this, but I just wanted to know if he kind of sees the same thing. But this is kind of ties it back into some of this brood comb. I'm wondering if I would lose this if we were to put something like the storyboard in there.
Oh no, it doesn't. If they're gonna want a little extra space to put some syrup, they're gonna do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
So
on that, here's another little story. This is primarily really the only reason, because I don't like those foamies because they blow around when I work the hives. But this is the reason that I use foamies, is because when I feed my bees in the fall, they're going to do that, but they're going to stick that comb to the lid and the frames. Then when I open that hive in the spring, now I've got open syrup everywhere and I'm killing bees and I can't put it back together and I can't even scrape it off because there's bees on the lid and there's bees on the frames and it's just a
Exactly.
nightmare. So I use the foamies and I get what you see there. It doesn't rip the comb apart.
Well, this was a foamy too. I had a foamy on here, and this is,
I can tell.
this is what I see when I pull that foamy off, and this is what this is where I know that okay, I probably am getting close to what I need in there to put them into winter.
Yeah, because they'll fill all those frames. They start moving up and sticking it up overhead.
Yeah, I have them do that on honey flow. They'll do that.
Yeah, that's a sure sign you need a new box. On honey flow.
Throw
Sure
another
sign
one
you're
on.
late for the new box.
Yeah,
Well,
that's what I was gonna say.
Definitely wait.
I couldn't get out to them because I about cut my finger off. So I got my mentor to come out one time and put more boxes on them. But by the time I was able to lift, they needed more boxes on them.
Well,
See, my flow is so strong and fast that when I check a deep, if there's anything in that deep, I put another deep on it.
Yeah,
Really?
I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Now, how many frames when you go into the deep? Are we saying like it's 6 frames full already at the time, or what?
Oh no.
Well, no. What I'm saying is, if I put a deep honey super with drawn comb,
Yeah,
and let them work that, and I put another one on it, and wait for a while. If I go back in days or a week or whatever, if I check that second one that I put on, and there's any bit of nectar stored in that deep at all, I'll put a third one on in the heat of the flow, because they're going to need it. That's kind of
I
how
figured
fast
in the heat with the kind of flow that you guys have, wouldn't you check that deep with, let's say, in 3 days time or so?
check it pretty often. Yeah.
I mean, check it at least a couple times a week.
Yeah.
What do
And
you put
again,
on?
it depends on when.
Yeah, I was
James.
gonna say at the beginning of the flow, how many boxes do you throw on, Brad? I usually put two deep supers on to start.
Well, see, that's a that's a kind of a bigger answer than that because of the way I manage, right? I'll go into late June with doubles, and then I'll do the instepler shakedown. So I take that top double, that top deep, take it off, shake everybody into the bottom box, put my queen excluder, and then set that box back on top. So yeah, there's some brood in that box. That box was a brood box.
Right.
And so then at that time, I'll likely put an empty deep on top of that.
Got her.
So that basically is my first two boxes. The first one is kind of full now, but it's gonna it's gonna hatch out over the next, anything sealed is going to be 12 days, and
Right.
they're going to fill that, so they will have room to put honey in that.
Got her. Oh, well, the reason I was asking is I, as you know, at the beginning of the flow, I throw 2 boxes on. I can't get back to them for 7 days.
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah.
with my job, I kind of throw that on there to ensure that I don't create a swarming environment, and that in that case, you could almost say mismanagement. I'm giving them more space than what they need, but simply because that's what hits my schedule.
No, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I've considered that too, but under my circumstances, I don't think it's really that necessary, and my workload is such. Actually, during the honey flow, my workload is lower. I do get a little bit of a lull during that time. I have a couple of weeks to do things like install new garage doors in my building, in my honey house. So, going out to the out yard, checking the honey supers, taking a load of honey supers out. It's not a big rush for me at that time, so that's just the way I've been doing it.
Well, the beauty of these conversations and anything in life, when you learn something, you continue to do it that same way, right? That you've been taught until you either learn a different way that's better, or you figure out a way to do it that's better, right? So,
You just have some reason to kind of, go against that flow that you were just taught how to do it. What if somebody said to me decades ago? He said, and it's kind of a confusing thing, but if you think about it, he said, education is a continuously declining spiral of deception. So meaning that when you first enter into the education on a topic, you're dealing with a sphere of information, a circle of information this big, and most of it's lies. But it has to be so that you can wade through, and beekeeping is no different. So as you go through the education and experience on that topic, the spiral gets smaller and smaller and smaller. So the lies become facts, and facts become disproven and replaced by other facts, and because now you can understand more and more about it, you don't have to rely on things that aren't necessarily true, but they're there because they're going to get you through, right? And
Well,
I think beekeeping is a perfect example of that.
So I'm trying to figure out where I'm in that spiral, because the more I learn, the more I know I have to learn.
you're
Or
in the spiraling out of control
I was
section.
going to say the more I learn, the more I actually know that I don't know.
Well,
what
that's
I
exactly
need to know,
that's
right?
exactly the symptom that proves the rule. Is that you go through your first year and you know everything about bees. You get into your next year and you realize, holy crap, there's all this stuff I don't know about bees. So that's that declining spiral of deception. You were deceived into thinking that all of these things were rules. The second year, you realize that those things aren't rules at all. And then next, you realize there's a whole bunch of stuff that you never even thought of that you don't know. And it just keeps getting more and more and more as you get down into the meat of it.
And now it's I wonder if this would work, right?
Well, yeah, then there's that.
Well, that's where I'm at, right? So first year, I mean, I watched videos for probably 2 to 3 years before I ever got my first beehive. Wow. And then got it, knew everything, right? This is how I'm going to do it, blah, blah, blah. But they forget to tell you about those small hive beetles in that whole process, right? So that pretty much wiped me out. Overwintered 4 nukes, came out, made that into 12 double deeps, right? Then did a bunch of splits the third year, wiped out a bunch of colonies, grew to where I am today. And now I'm like, now what the hell? Now it's just something totally different. I'm calling Canada to say, hey, what the hell do I do now? So it's just one of those things where the more you know, the more you need to know.
I'll be honest, when you phoned me today, the first thing that came to mind is you're screwed.
Yeah. Well, and I did make the statement on there, right? I said, I'm not going to continue to throw resources at this colony. At this point, this is the last hurrah. If it don't make it, then it just don't make it.
Yeah.
That's a really important place to be able to get to. And I say be able to get to because it has everything to do with what's in here, is to get to that point where you say, you know what, we just got to start again or something. I think, to me, one of the best examples of that is somebody dealing with a drone laying hive, right? Or a laying worker hive, one that's the workers are laying. And I've read so many articles and I've seen so many videos and read so many forums of people talking about all of these magical fixes for laying worker colonies. And I just, my response is just walk away, like shake it out and learn. Like the thing that you can do is learn to not let that happen, right? Shake it out, move on, learn how to not let that happen. And I know there's one of the best videos I've seen on it is Bob Binney, and he's taken those and just basically set them on top of a strong colony. And I think that'll work great in certain situations, if the laying worker hive isn't super strong or anything like that. However, all of these instructions to, feed that colony open brood for 6 weeks, a frame of open brood every week for 6 weeks. And, by golly, they should turn around. Well, bloody hell, why don't you make splits with those 6 frames of brood that you just destroy,
exactly
potentially threw away?
That's basically a nuke.
Well, sure.
Why don't you just combine it with a nuke?
So you've basically taken an entire healthy colony and sacrificed it to try to save one that you shouldn't have let go laying worker in the first place.
Exactly.
So if it went laying worker, technically you could have taken that same brood, made a nuke, put it right where that box was, took all those bees out, shook them out, and when they fly back, they have a queen then, right? Would that not work that way?
I don't know if that queen would be in danger or not.
Yeah, it could be.
I guess she's got a whole nuke of workers to defend her.
The question you have to ask yourself, though, Bob, is how did that hive end up queenless for so long that you didn't catch it?
Right, because you weren't in there checking it.
Right. That's part of that whole management. And that's something that I have to watch very quickly because I only get into my hives on the weekends. Right. So this is where I pay a lot of attention to what is going on when I lift that up. Now, it's been a couple of years since I had a queenless hive. However, a buddy of mine had one last year, and this is kind of an interesting topic because I have a few questions on this one. Myself, I don't have that capability. I'd do the same thing Brad did. I'd move the box, move the hive, shake them out, and start over. It's just I don't have the time to muck with it. But what he did, he took a piece of hardware cloth basically, and he put it over top of the queenless hive, and he dropped another one right on top of it. And I don't know whether the laying workers just died or stuff. I didn't follow up with it, but he was trying to tell me that he kept the 2 hives separate. So he had the entrance one going in the back, one going in the front. And he was trying to tell me that queen and stuff like that through the pheromone managed to fix it. Has anybody heard of anything like that? I don't know of any good fix for a laying worker.
I haven't had a laying worker yet. Knock on wood.
I think you got to ask yourself, what have you got? You open a colony and it's full on laying worker status. What have you got?
You got a mess. Throw it away.
You got a whack of drones walking around. You got a whack of drone brood.
Yeah.
You got a whole bunch of workers so old that they don't even hit the ground when you shake the frames out. And that's all you've got. And you've got some comb.
Will those drones
And
not
I've
mate?
had that problem, and I do what Brad does. You take it over there away from the hive and shake it off in the darn weeds, and you're done.
Charlie, I'll shake them right out in front. I'll maybe
Right in
break it
front
up
of it?
between a couple, 2 or 3, maybe different hives.
Yeah.
But
They'll
yeah,
drift.
I'll just shake them right out, and hardly any of them ever hit the ground, as you know, because they're just old bees. You shake them, and they're just boom, and they're gone.
Some people tell you to shake them and then put the box back, and they claim that the laying worker can't fly.
That's more than one.
I don't believe so.
I can't remember who I was
Lots of workers
watching.
laying.
I don't know if it was David Burns or somebody else, but he was like, "What do you mean queens fly all the time? Why couldn't this worker fly?"
Well, it's not one worker either.
Yeah, where I'm at with that
It's
a pile. It's a pile of work, a pile of management time of which I do not have.
Yeah,
that's. I'll be honest. That's the way I look at it.
I go out there and I'll take that. Let's say it's a nuke on one of my, and I'll shake them bees over in the weeds over there.
Yeah,
and I take that hive completely away. So if they come back,
I was going to say that
they ain't got nothing come back to.
Same thing. I'll take away everything that looks like home, and
Yep.
and I'll shake them out. And I don't care where I shake them. I'll shake them right on top of another hive. It doesn't matter to me, and they just find a new place to live. You know, that's it. Yeah. So I haven't lost the bees. I haven't lost the bees. The bees are still working for me. They were not a contiguous, healthy situation to begin with. So now they actually can join a colony that's going to thrive, and they either
join and they'll get killed or something. You know, I've heard that their pheromone smell is different, and the good colony will kill them.
Go find a load of honey; they'll let you in.
Yeah, bribe them. Exactly. Yeah, like I say, the way I look at that right now is I don't have the time. I don't have the time to management. The more time I spend on a single hive means that I'm taking that much time away from the rest of them. And
there's something there. Mark, he's a queen breeder type of person. Put on top of a strong hive with double screen, and we'll fix it almost instantly.
Will that hive rear a queen, Mark? They got no nurse bees, so they probably wouldn't be very good at that, would they?
Well, to be fair, he does raise queens. He probably just sticks a new one in there.
He raises queens, and he's bought breeder queens from Corey.
Yeah.
From Corey Stevens.
Do they will those drones, are they viable to mate with queens or no?
I don't know. I seem to think that they would be, but I don't know.
I mean, it's basically just an egg that hasn't been turned to a female, right? So
that'd be a good question for Larry Connor. I think I've heard Larry Connor say that diploid drones are not viable, but that's a totally different thing.
Well, the thing of it is,
you know,
the worker bees are female, and their ovaries, you know, they can lay an egg, but they can't. Let's see. They can't fertilize an egg.
Yeah, so it's a drone
egg. If it's
egg.
fertilized, it turns into a female. If it's unfertilized, it turns into a drone. So,
but can that drone now mate with a virgin queen?
Clueless says they're viable.
I'm not sure
but
about
runty and smaller, so they may not be very good at chasing the queen down. They might not be the first one there.
I would kind of hope they weren't the first one there, to be honest with you.
Okay. Well, knock on wood, like I said, I haven't had one yet. Now that we've talked about it, next week I'll probably find one in the yard.
Well, and remember, the thing down here is we got the small hive beetles that'll tear up any comb that the bees can't protect.
Yeah.
Well, that's a dynamic, yes, that you need to be aware of that I don't deal with. So take anything I say with that.
Yeah, I don't. I mean,
So you lose that valuable comb whenever they get too weak like that.
Yeah, I mean,
hive beetles.
up here we don't. Yes, we do have hive beetles, but
was
I
crushing
haven't
them
had a
today.
problem with them. I guess because of strong hives, and I keep some. I had one lady in my club say she put the carpet underneath the hives where keeps them from pupating into the ground. That's what I say is saving me as far as having any hive beetles. She did the same thing. She did have hive beetles, but the tree had grown to the point where it was shading the hive, and she had a lot of hive, infestation with beetles. So, I don't know. My stuff is 100% sunlight, and I think it might not be 100% cure, but it'll be a 50% cure as far as them not being able to pupate. Then you get the guys with these PhDs, and they all say, well, they fly and they walk, 20 feet out into the ground area. I said, well, it also depends on what kind of ground you got. Also, if it's hard clay ground, that's one thing. If it's sandy ground, you got a different story.
But all the damage is done before they pupate. The ones that fly in and slime out the colony, that's
See, I've never had
larvae.
any experience with that at all.
You don't want it.
Yeah, I've got a video.
Yeah,
I've got a video called "The Game of Drones," and I have
Yeah.
a 5-gallon pail, and you can just shake the wax in there, and you see all of the larvae that's in there that slime the comb out. It's,
You know what? I'll continue to deal with the cold, so I don't have to deal with those.
Yeah. I'd
The only
rather
thing
have
that I
snow.
can say is that I had a hive that was the queen was deteriorating and the hive was deteriorating, and I had I'll say that landscaper stuff underneath the hives, and there was quite a few beetles. Nothing like what you guys get down south, but
I get
several
John
times.
Paul and Ringo at my place.
Yeah, well,
All the beetles show up here.
I don't know why I get so many of them.
and
You need to just
well,
play
anyway,
a little Yoko in your apiary and break them up.
Break them all up. Yep. Matter of fact, if I'm going to do a test with my little vial, my vial lure concept, but I'm going to use some eucalyptus and some peppermint, and I'm going to make one of those lures, but I'm going to use that to see if it'll detract or ward off some hive beetles in the hive over a longer period of time. So while I take a spoon of James's good honey.
Clueless
well,
asked
I'm
me a
going to use
question.
this
I better
next.
ask. Sorry, Charlie.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to use James's honey and along with everybody else's honey, Lee's, and we're
I
going
didn't bring
to have a tasting, honey tasting at our club meeting.
I'm tasting my honey again tonight.
Is that a little bit of bourbon there?
Yeah, it tastes like whiskey, but it's colored like honey.
Honey Jack. That's what it is.
I overtalked you there, Brad. What did you want to say?
Well, there was a question. Clueless asked if we have hive beetles. I'm going to say no. There are hive beetles down in Ontario, southern Ontario, and I think Quebec. Officially, Manitoba doesn't have hive beetles. There'd be some people who will be scoffing at that. We have a lot of infiltration from North Dakota in the summer because of the honey flow. Beehives sitting right against the border, etc. Hive beetles flying across and whatnot. They haven't made a big impact at this point. And
you mean the American bees don't know they can't go into Canada?
We haven't been able to build that wall tall enough.
Oh.
Don't tell that to the Canadian government. They'll find some way to sit there and check every bee's passport.
Damn you, Trudeau.
The Canadian government gives a crap about farmers.
Please. No.
Oh. Well, I'll tell you what. The Canadian Amazon cared about my swarm lure. They actually blocked it, saying that it's a pesticide. It violates pesticide. I'm like, it's the exact opposite of a pesticide. It's an attractant. It's not a deterrent. So.
Oh, you shouldn't have said that on air.
Well, I that's exactly what I told the people at Amazon. They say, well, we need more documentation. Read the damn label. You know, I don't know.
PMRA. You gotta talk to PMRA.
It's
I was going to say our Canadian government only cares, Brad, if they can't completely crush us somehow. But it seems like that's about the only thing they try to do is drive the farmers and the and stuff like that into ground. They want their taxes from it now.
right.
But
I could really go on, but I'm not going to get political.
Do you guys have skunks up there?
Yes,
yes.
sir.
Do they go after those bee pallets?
Oh yes.
Yes. I see evidence of that. They pull my wedge queen my entrance reducers out, and that's really the only evidence I see. I don't believe I've ever lost a colony or lost.
Well, they're more harassers than anything.
Yeah, they can. In circumstances, they can clean out a hive in a few days.
So I got 3 from the apiary last year, but I make my entrance reducers a little bit different than you do, Brad. And they didn't get any of my entrance reducers out, which was kind of good. But yeah, they sure scratched the heck out of the entrance of the hive up there pretty good.
Yeah, that's a sure sign.
Does that
All right,
not
well-
make the bees defensive?
They say it can. Yeah.
Yeah, Frederick Dunn's got little lights and siren things that go off, and yeah.
Well, what about rodents? What about mice? Do you have a problem with that, like with the pallets, or is that only in the wintertime when you got them all in the barn to begin with?
I don't really have a mouse problem in the summer.
I haven't seen one either.
And you're right, the bottom board's only 5 inches up. It's really low. I can have a mouse problem in the barn. Mice usually don't cause a problem for me so much, but the problem that I've had in the barn, it's not an annual problem, but it's shrews. I get a shrew in the hive. They'll clean out that hive.
What is a shrew? I thought that was a mystical animal or something.
Yeah. No, it's a tiny. The shrew is the smallest mammal on Earth, and they live on insects. They eat insects.
They're carnivorous.
Yeah, what are they like? What are they? A rat?
They look like a little mouse. They look like a very small mouse, and they have a really long nose, almost like an anteater nose. It's a very distinctive, and they actually have a venomous bite.
Mm-hmm.
So they can make something that attacks if they bite a cat or something. They can actually make the animal sick, or I don't know if they can kill it, but maybe they can. So that's a shrew.
To give you an idea,
the word shrewd, right? The word shrewd is something to be respected. Mm-hmm. So shrews are definitely something that's a formidable little enemy.
I thought that was something that Frederick Dunn made up.
No, he's got a video on one.
So and to give you an idea, so obviously due to the size of it, insects is probably 90% of their diet. But my brother runs a trap line. And if he's not right on top of it, or an animal or something like that's on the ground, the shrew will actually burrow in, and they're so carnivorous that they'll burrow right into the animal
and eat it from the inside out.
Exactly, like they are a nasty rodent.
He says, "What about bears? Do you guys deal with bears up there?"
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, I've got electric fence and all that sort of thing.
Yeah, So you do put fences around your hives then?
Yep.
Yeah. I kind of fence the whole area, my apiary. I don't like jumping over fences, so I just make a big area.
Yeah. That picture that Bob put up earlier of my apiary, you'll see the electric fences all around that too. I don't think I'd be able to. We got so many bear around here, even close to town, that I don't think. I think if I didn't have a fence up, even a week or 2 weeks, especially in the spring when they come out of hibernation, I don't think I'd have much of a hive left.
What's Brad got here? Oh, there it is.
That's your little shrew. So he's, what would you say, James, 2.5 inches long?
Yeah, something like that.
Is that all? He looks bigger.
They're
No?
not very big.
Well, that's a leaf in behind him to give an idea, right?
They're definitely smaller than a mouse.
Hmm.
And they probably don't see very well.
I think
don't
a
know.
shrew. I think a shrew's got good eyesight. A mole doesn't have very good eyesight, but I think
Okay.
a shrew has very good eyesight.
Okay.
See, we're learning all kinds of stuff here.
Yeah, we are. I mean, this, I went on to before the 8 o'clock hour here. There was another chat that I used to go to. So I just popped in for, I don't know, 20 minutes or so. And it was like, I was like, wow, have I missed anything? And I'm like, after 20 minutes, it's like, I ain't missed anything here. it's,
Right.
it's just super basic stuff that's just like,
Yeah.
guys, let's get over worrying about, feeding and this and that. And it's like,
Well, what I was going to say, one of the pests that I have to worry about, and in fact, they completely devastated 2 hives of mine last year, and that's the wasps and the hornets.
Oh wow.
So I did see an interesting concept at Hive Life, and
Bottom entrance.
well, yeah, Brad. Basically, it was a bee escape in reverse. It was designed to allow them in the bottom.
This guy.
With the
This guy. Sorry, I'm trying to
Oh.
point.
Oh, I was going to say it was designed to allow the wasps and the hornets in the bottom.
Well, that's what Spanky was telling us.
I think so, but with those
the
cones, they
hive
can't
gate.
get back out. Yeah. Well, no, the
Yeah.
hive gate was a little bit different.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm going to build a couple of those in the shop this year for sure. Because like I said, they completely killed 2 hives out at Cluskin Lake there last year. And I mean they robbed it right out. Like it was, and I spent a lot of time walking around. For the most cases, the hives up here are they're either in the ground, of which it's almost impossible to find. But I did find a couple of them up in the trees, and of course I took care of those ones. But I never. That was the first time where I've actually seen the wasps and the hornets actually empty a hive.
I actually have a meeting tomorrow, if you want to come to it, with the creator of Hivegate.
There you go.
So he contacted me out of New Zealand, and
I talked to Mike, and he says he's probably going to carry that hive gate.
So yeah.
Did you trap fruit for the wasps and hornets?
What did you say?
Or do you trap for the wasps and hornets?
I don't find I have to. They're not that much of a big problem here. I've got a giant guy coming to sit on me. Of course, you can't see him now.
I did
the
last
big
year.
kitten cat. Look at that cat. I like it.
Yeah. I made a trap out of a 2-liter pop bottle last year, where I cut the top off and I turned it upside down and I put a little bit of honey and actually I put a little bit of meat down in the bottom too, and that thing was right full. About 2 days later, I couldn't believe it. I thought, well, why is it all black in there? It was right full. They were actually,
You got to make sure you take those in if it rains, though, because it'll fill them right up with water.
Oh, it was like I said, it was already full. It was full of wasps and hornets. So we had an issue with them here.
So I didn't get to see this here entrance thing. What is it? Goes on the front of the hive for these wasps?
It kind of just leads the one James is talking about. Sorry,
Oh, the one I'm talking about, it would sit on the bottom of the hive, and it had holes on the side where, if you see those bee escapes where they use the cone, so basically the cone would, where's my camera? They would crawl through, but they couldn't, because of the cone, they couldn't get back out. So it would trap them, and of course then they would perish in the bottom. So you'd have to take this thing off and empty it there, a little bit. But I'm thinking about that, and I'm going to put a little drawer in the bottom, almost like a pollen trap, so that I can empty that damn thing out and get rid of them. I'm tempted to. I wasn't going to put hives back out at the lake apiary, this year, just because I've had problems with wasps and hornets now there for 2 years. But I might put one out there just to get even with the wasps and the hornets.
So the hive gate looks more like a chainsaw cover, like
Right.
leg
That's
cover.
exactly what it looks like.
Yeah, Spanky showed us that there the other day.
Yeah, with the hole in the top.
So it just makes it so that the predators arrive in the hive right under the cluster, so they have.
But the funny thing
overwhelmed.
last year is the bees didn't seem to mind the wasps or the hornets going in or out at all, and that it blew my mind. Like I don't know if maybe they were just that overwhelmed, but they were going in and out of the same entrance reducer. I put an entrance reducer. They were going in and out of the same. They weren't trying to attack them on the landing boards or the front of the hive there at all. Like it was almost like they were welcoming them in it, like welcomed in there. It just I'd never seen it before.
I got yellow jackets down here and bald-faced hornets, but
That's what I got. Both of those.
Yeah.
and they, I mean, they don't mind each other at the open feeder, that's for sure. But the yellow, I've never seen a bald-faced hornet try to go in a colony yet. I've seen some yellow jackets, and for the most part, they get attacked on the landing board, but not always.
Oh, like I said, Alan was laughing at me because I sat there at the front of the hive. I thought, okay, I'm going to kill some of these things. And 20 minutes later, I had a pile of dead wasps and hornets at the front. It was like, oh man. I was like, okay, this isn't working. I can't sit here all day.
What do we got?
See, that's Sean Woods, and that's how he traps them when they go to eating meat. He literally just gets a big container, fills it with soapy water, and nails a piece of chicken to a board.
And they come to get the chicken and fall in the water?
Yeah.
Yeah, greedy.
I've seen that variation on that.
He
The
turns
board
it over, I see.
smear some cat food on the bottom of the board. You know,
Yeah,
so I guess
see,
anything
whenever
that
they
smells
fly, they drop in, and
Yep.
it kills them.
the soapy water, there's no surface tension, so they go right in the water. Very effective.
And because they're greedy, they take a big chunk. So whenever they go to fly, they drop
down.
before they take
Nice.
off.
So they must have just put the water. I think it looked like it was just below the board, eh?
I wonder if we can see if they got any varroa at the bottom by the time they hit that soapy water. Just make sure you use Dawn Platinum.
Give it a shake.
Yeah, that won't work if they're going after the plant sources. It's only when they're on that death march of wanting meat.
Let me see. Found one under the top cover. Yep, this has been a good chat, guys, but it's 11:20. I'm going to be hopping out here.
Yeah, I think it's time to I got to go to work myself tomorrow for a few days or hours. It's
Well,
been
you own the place, man. You got to have someone else
Yeah,
do
I
that
know.
for you on
I mean,
Saturday.
if you guys want to hang out some more, we'll hang in there. If you're not, it all depends on what y'all want to do.
Oh, I'll be building boxes tomorrow. My goal is to try and have that stack all put together with any luck by the end of the weekend. I did put in an order, Brad, so I'm not sure whether I'm going to come over and get them, but I did talk to Lewis and Sons there today.
Oh, yes.
So I did order 36 frame Nuke boxes there today.
Nice.
Oh,
Yeah,
other
that's what I
places-
ordered, actually. Sorry, Charlie.
This Lewis place, is it a box making company or something?
It's a woodenware manufacturer in Manitoba. Yeah.
And you
It's a
can buy
family
direct.
operation.
Okay, you can buy direct and all.
Yeah, nice people. I think they ship anywhere. So, if you're so led and you want to buy stuff, just understand that Canadian boxes are 7/8 lumber, not 3/4.
Really?
Yeah.
Nothing
And
your
that's-
old planer can't take care of, Charlie.
Oh, I
but
know that.
You'd be amazed what that little extra adds for our value up here.
It makes boxes really tough for sure. 16 5/8 by 20 1/8 is the dimension on the outside.
That's
Let's see. What do we got? Good.
The 6s are 11 inches wide.
yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, it was a good chat tonight, guys. So Tuesday night should be a good chat too.
Is that on yours?
It's going to be
thing?
on Lee's this week. Lee's this week. Mine was this Tuesday.
All right. Tuesday nights, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. To be on Kodiak Farms.
And we're going to have these two fine gentlemen and Ian Stepler. So nobody's ever heard of him. So we ain't worried about it.
He's a little hobbyist down south of me here.
Yeah, just a small
So
beekeeper.
you're actually north of him.
Yeah. I'm going to say 150 miles northeast of him.
See, and I didn't realize until we were talking that one time how long of a drive is it, James, from you to Brad's?
15 hours.
It took me
about
2 days.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I uploaded a video there on my last summer when I drove over there to see him. So you can follow all that too, and it's quite the drive.
Well, the thing of it is, since he is one of the Canadian cowboys, it takes a long time riding that horse over there.
The dog sled now.
Exactly.
I've got two huskies that pull your sled up there.
I'll jump on my. Well, I guess you have to. Do you guys call a snow machine or a skidoo or a
snowmobile?
Snowmobile. Okay, I'll jump
up
on
in Alaska, they call them snow machines.
There you go.
And depends on where you're at.
Of course, you go to a ski hill and talk about a snow machine. It's not that.
No, now you got a snow cap.
Well, snow machine is the thing that makes the snow. It's the big.
Oh well, there you go.
Top of the hill.
Well, I was thinking about that. You see Ian going with his family, skiing and stuff.
Yeah.
Where's and he's in the prairie, right?
He actually talking to him on that one. He actually came over to Banff. He was skiing in Banff.
Yeah. They went to the Rockies that time.
So that's just south of me.
But they do have a good ski hill down his way. See, he's right on the west bank of the Red River Valley. The Red River Valley is about 100 miles wide, and in the middle it's as flat as a plate. So he's kind of on the west bank of that, and he talks about the escarpment in his videos.
Yeah. I was never. I mean, to me that's out west. One of them big plateaus or something.
Yeah. Well, it's it's the prairies. So for the prairies, it's a pretty substantial formation, but that's kind of the west. If you look up the ancient Lake Agassiz that covered this area in the, after the Ice Age, that's the west bank of Lake Agassiz.
Well, so the escarpment, let me see how we would do it. Is it like a mountain, a plateau?
Well, it's literally the shore of a lake that's not there anymore.
Oh, okay.
Right. So this escarpment goes through Manitoba for a few hundred miles. It's just a line. So it's kind of the Red River Valley is flat, and then you get to this escarpment, and the land goes up, and it's still kind of flat there, but it goes up, and then there's more valleys and canyons and stuff in that area. And that's what they have. They have what's called the Pembina Valley, and that's where their ski hill is in his area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I'm quite fortunate where I'm at. So from where I'm at, I've got Powder King, which is about 4.5 hours to the east of me, right in the middle of the Rockies. I can go south to hit Jasper. Of course, everybody knows what Jasper is, and I can carry on south from there and hit Banff. Inside of there's Lake Louise and everything. I probably got inside of about, I'm going to say 5 hours driving. I have probably some of the best ski hills around. So
now I was watching another, I'll say like a farmstead type channel, and they're in what's the last state, I guess you call it, on the west coast of Canada? What's
province? British Columbia.
province of British Columbia. Yeah.
Yeah, upper or I forget what it was called.
Were they farming?
Well, they were growing flowers and stuff for this young couple.
Oh,
It was
that could be anywhere. Some of the it's pretty hard to grow some of that, but I mean, if you
yeah, they
get
had to
down
do
in
a lot of irrigation and stuff.
probably southern BC, so it could have been
Could be Okanagan,
Kamloops or
Soyuz.
Kelowna or
Yeah.
something like that.
or there's a
Now, Kelowna sounds
Kamloops.
that's upper, but it's British Columbia, right?
Yeah,
Correct.
I see.
that's where
No,
they
I was
grow a
just-
lot of apples. There's a lot of apple orchards in the Okanagan. Okanagan's kind of right in the center of southern BC. It's very warm there.
I think that might be where it's at. But that's on the other side of the Rockies, correct?
That's right.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
The Rockies are literally the border between British Columbia and Alberta for much of the border.
Yeah, pretty much
Caveat.
the whole southwest portion.
Yeah.
To give you an
So
idea, so if people are wondering how far I am from the Rockies, I can literally look out my window and see them. So I'm kind of, that's how close I am. If I wanted to jump in my vehicle and start driving towards the Rockies, I would hit them inside of about an hour and change. Like they're
And they got I'm obviously they have, I'll say interstates or whatever over top of them per se.
Nope.
Nope.
No. So unlike what you guys have down there, even Highway 16X that goes clear across Canada. That's a 2-lane divided highway. That's the best we got here in I mean, over by Brad's where the population is much more. It's a little bit different, but pretty much all, even between Edmonton and Calgary, and then from Calgary all the way down to Vancouver, it's 4 lanes with a division in the center, 2 going east, 2 going west, and that's the best we got.
Yeah, well, maybe Brian here from Flower Street. Maybe Bob and Lee can bring up a map and put a dot where each person lives, which would be nice as far as where everybody's located to get an idea. That would be a good idea.
Well,
Talking
you
about
know what?
highways. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, when I was down at the Hive Life conference, and I kept telling everybody, you know what, you got a small town North American Grand Prairie farm boy here. There was a reason I was saying that, because yeah, I got driving down there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very different. It's very different. I used to drive
Well,
for
now-
a living, and it's I've been to a lot of states, and yeah, it's very different.
Where you live at, James, what's the population of that town, I guess you would call it?
Grand Prairie, I'd have to take a look. I think we're 78,000 people.
Well, it's not small.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
but
not big.
It's about
sounds like a lot.
it's about the same as where I live.
That was probably the population that was on the street in
Sevierville.
Yeah,
at Sevierville. Yeah.
yeah. There's
All right.
there's more people in California than there is in Canada.
That's crazy. Anyway,
Hmm.
guys, I got to run. It's good chatting with you guys. I'll
Hey,
talk
Bob.
to you later. Good night.
Betcha.
Have a good night.
Yeah, we got to wait for one more minute here, and then I'll have 3 hours and a half.
There we
invested
go.
in this thing.
What are you drawing there, Spanky?
Oh, that's my take on the Hubbard leaf hive.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if you didn't, Spanky is a what do you call it, Spanky? The 3D printing.
Yeah.
He does a lot of that and makes a lot of models and things, I guess. And all that kind of stuff.
You know, like that's a leaf hive model I've been working on.
Oh, yes.
That is so cool that I don't dare get into that.
Well, then he had that. I don't think it's the same drawing, is it, behind you? That what was the one? It was kind of a cathedral hive.
Oh yeah, the cathedral style.
Yeah, he had a actual model of that,
Yeah.
and he's got like the small little miniature Langstroth hive that has, well, like the one that sits on Bob's shelf. It has pins in it, holds it all together, and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, Jason Crispin, he just got a 3D'er. He's learning how to do all that stuff. That seems to be the newest hobby, I guess you would call it, out there and everything. There's his cathedral hive. Have you got that model handy, Spanky, or
I can
not?
grab it.
Grab it. I think Brad and James would like to see it. But like I say, James and Brad, I mean, I really appreciate you coming in, regularly here lately. And
it's fun.
You brought, I mean, the pictures and stuff that we had tonight of your apiaries and stuff and the different style hives, that was fabulous. And
I'm glad you enjoyed that.
Oh, I loved it. And everybody else did, I'm sure. And it gives you a different perspective of different styles of hives. And I like the idea of the fact if you explain the 3/6 frame nukes, and then getting the, you see it on Ian, but you don't see the details on how it's built. And he might say something about the interlocking thing, but we were able to see that in detail. And I think that's wonderful. And this is the kind of stuff that I like bringing out in my channel. Is I have listed this channel some other places where I state it's a chat for the intermediate to advanced beekeeper. I mean, I invite brand new or 1 or 2 year old beekeepers and stuff. There it is right there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Here, let me bring you up close, Spanky. So let's see, solo layout. I think
is that all printed, Spanky?
Yeah.
Wow, that's a pretty big unit for all printed, eh?
Yeah, so there's
the combs come down.
Wow.
Yeah, I've even got that's a feeder there. That's what that is.
There you go.
And see, and those little dots are magnets.
Yep.
And everything sticks together.
This is good. This is a perfect example of the diversity that can work, completely as to however you want to do it, right? So, I mean, prime example. I mean, here's something that would be really neat for somebody in the backyard. Have you actually had them work one of these, Spanky?
I'm wanting to, that hopefully this year.
So, I mean, and this is what I hope that comes out of the chat, Charlie, is to get the hobbyist or the backyard beekeeper or the inventor in this.
Show them your legs
thinking, right
on that thing. Show them the adjustable legs. He's added to this thing about with all kinds of different ideas.
Yeah, so there's the screw legs.
Mm-hmm.
So I can make it fit on uneven terrain. And then that's doubles, not only as a cover, but it holds the frames as well.
You put some thought into that.
Well, I mean, you're going to spend that much time and, making it, putting it together,
And then what's the digital readout about? Is that temperature or what?
Yeah, that's those, what are they called? Hygrometers or something like that.
For the humidity?
Yeah, they tell humidity and temperature. Yeah. I got one there in the center and one on the front.
Oh, those are those. Did you get those off of Amazon?
Yeah.
I got a couple of those that I put into my queen incubator.
You can get them with the probes But I just got these and stuck them in there.
Yeah, I just threw it on the inside. I got a nice window on the front of the incubator, so I don't have to open the incubator up to confirm that the temperature probe and stuff like that didn't change. Did you print that foundation too?
Yep. And I wax dipped it as well. Yeah, I wax dipped that one too.
Well, you'll have to let us know how that works out.
Oh yeah.
But Spanky, he's got good drafting skills, you know, as far as engineering prints, and at least that's what I can see of it from the internet, and comes out with some quite a fantastic looking stuff.
Yeah, I've done that to some other hives, and like that one there. There was a Ricky Rourke Super Horizontal down at Hive Life in the silent auction that I did.
That was the one that was in the alongside the wall there, James. It was up for
that was in the auction, silent auction.
In the auction thing, yeah.
But yeah, that's what I've been working on right now is the hub relief hive.
All right. Exit solo. There we go. Well, guys, it's 11:30 here on Eastern Standard. I don't know which. I know Spanky's the same time. So I'm gonna go ahead and end the broadcast tonight. And
Have a good night, everybody.
We'll see you all next Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on Kodiak Farms. Chat along with Ian Stepler, the three Canadian gurus.
Looking forward to that.
Yeah, I am too.
That'll be a hoot.
I was going to say, I'm really looking forward to it. And to be honest with you, quite humbled to be considered to be in the same, even in the same chat as Brad and Ian. You know, in all honesty, I'm nowhere as close to either one of them, but I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah,
Well, you don't give yourself enough credit, but
you're doing quite well, James. And it's like myself down there at Hive Life. I don't know. Of course, Ian was bombarded with people, and I didn't want to be the one to say, hey, we, to do the same thing. And I just was kind of like a little bit, I'll say scared or whatever you want. Not scared, but not to walk up to him and say hi and all that stuff,
I had a blast visiting with his wife. She's a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, Sandy's awesome.
Yeah,
she looks a very, very nice person.
She is.
She's quite the character. Yeah, she, talking about some of their experiences as they travel around to these different places, and down to earth, salt of the earth people, really.
Yeah, I mean, he farms, and we still farm here. My son was in here this evening, and he took over our hay business. He was out there, putting hay in the barn. He's buying and selling and all that kind of stuff, and I look at Ian, and he's just like us, where as soon as he gets done with Hive Life, guess what? He's back on the farm, and he's running a tractor or combine or something, whatever happens to be, needs to be done. Or I don't see how he does it, but he's out there in the miserable, that frigid cold weather, and he's trying to put in a frost-free waterer for one of the cattle pens. I'm like, God, that has got to be a miserable day or two of doing that.
That must be on Facebook or something, was it?
No, it was on one of his videos.
Yeah, it was a couple of years ago, I think. But
it was pouring
my
cement
motto
down.
is that there ain't nothing important enough needs to be done. It needs to be done in that kind of weather.
Yeah, I mean that miserable weather out there, trying to pour cement and get it to work. I understand the cattle need to be put water in. But my gosh, I think I'd just put a tank heater in and ran a extension cord over there for the duration until the springtime.
Yeah.
And all
Sounds
that
like
stuff.
Personally, it sounds like a good time to make hamburger.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, hopefully y'all come back next Friday night and spend the time with us. We love to, like I say, I love the pictures. A lot of people in the chat were loving all the pictures. Very informative night. One of our, last week was a great chat, about queen rearing and stuff. And this is about hive design, you might say, and the two-way pallets and stuff like that. And I think, it's just, this is the kind of stuff I thrive on. And I think a lot of other people in the chat want to, see this kind of stuff and get some pointers and maybe take some ideas away from it and design something, like you said, Brad, that suits them and their beekeeping environment and everything.
Yeah.
Well, maybe if your viewers, Charlie, if they do have, I'm not going to put Brad on the spot, but I mean, if they do have any questions for myself, if they, I'm not going to say I can get in here all the time, but if they do have some specific questions that they want from me, if they want to put them together and then, hit me up when I'm back in here. I mean, I'd be more than happy to share what I can with your viewers.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's some different one. I don't know everybody in the room. I do know, like, Flower Street there. He's out in Colorado, in Denver, and he's got multiple yards, and I don't know quite how many hives he has, but I mean, a lot of his yards are like 3 and 4 hives. I mean, he's kind of in an area where it's probably highly dense, but he was, we were talking about management, and he said his problem is he wish he had a yard where he could take and drop 20 here and 20 there, and which would be more efficient for him and not traveling all over the, 15 minutes here, a half an hour there for 2 or 3 hives.
Yeah, that'd be really rough.
Yeah, it is, and he has a totally different environment as far as pollen and nectar and things of that nature. And then there's some other folks here. I do know, I forget just who, but there are 100 or so more hives. They might be in the southern part of the United States. I'm not real sure. I try to, maybe that's the next thing I need. I have a list here of their names and their handles as they go by. And
are we on your channel next Friday, Charlie?
Huh?
Are we on your channel next Friday?
Yes,
every Friday. I think
every Friday
is your channel.
This is my channel every Friday night or every Friday. The way it's been working. Well, where's the big team? There's the big kitty.
It's a giant cat.
It's a treat time for him.
Us beekeepers must like our cats, because I got a big old cat. I got one about like the size of him there, or her, or whatever.
Well, I was going to, since you said that, Charlie, I just was thinking something. One of the, I don't want to monopolize, but since you showed interest, one of the more difficult things is for me to find the pictures that you might want to see. If you want to talk about more of that stuff, I could put together like just a little album on my computer so that I could find pictures of things that you might want to talk about in a timely manner.
I mean, people. I mean, we had a dozen of them where people, I tried to bring them. I can't, catch them all, but they were like, "This is a great chat, great chat, great chat."
I saw quite a bit of that.
The pictures even embellished even more. It's like you were trying to show me about that board underneath there, and it looked like the two before was here, and it was
up
like
the other
this,
way. Yeah,
but it was this way.
Yeah,
and then you showed the next picture where it interlocked. Oh, all right, now I get it. It's clearer, and the picture's worth 1,000 words. And
your CAD drawings, Brad, would really explain that well.
Yeah, I could show some of those.
Okay.
Put you together Google Slides presentation.
Yeah, if you want to put
we have a Brad talk.
We can have a Brad talk.
Okay.
we can have a faith apiary talk, you know,
You know.
of some drawings and some yard pictures, you know, and stuff like that. And you know, I mean, anything you want to, you know, how you want to
Sure.
do it or whatever, that'd be great.
Sure. I'll see
And
what I can
you
put
know,
together.
and then once if you know if you're gonna if we do this next week or whenever in a couple weeks or whatever, you know,
Yeah.
I can post it, you know, that this week we're going to have a
specific topic.
specific topic and have Brad, you know, with your apiary name and you know, and talk about, you know, his designs, you know, and stuff like that, whatever, you know, we can come up with
Sure.
and
If
all
you
that
find
kind of
that
thing.
interesting, that would
Oh,
be
that's
just fine.
yeah, that's the kind of thing I want to talk about. I mean, it's just like I was
All
telling you about the
right.
other chat channel. You know, they're talking about I don't know, just basics and stuff and feeding and whatever. And it's like they never
Charlie,
get
the
out of
other
that.
night we were talking about socks the other night. So
Yeah,
I thought that
that's
was so funny.
yeah, that's a little bit much.
We
and
were.
all, but yeah, I thrive on this kind of stuff. And see what's Frank say. Here's Frank. Let's see what he says here, so we can do our homework and get some stupider questions.
No, there's
Stumper
the
question.
only stupid question is one that nobody asks, right?
Yeah.
If and Brad knows that. I've asked him probably so many stupid questions up to this point, but the good news is he's always been willing to answer my stupid questions.
Is there a way that people could send you or I questions, Charlie, that they might want to? I can't guarantee that I'll answer everything, but or even cover
Right.
everything. You know,
I'll
just some
find
ideas
out.
of what people like to see.
Yeah, I mean, I can put out a post, and
They could put comments in this live, and you could just and they I can see those, right? So
yeah, you could do that.
you could just
Either
comment
put the
on the
comments
live.
in the live or
Yeah.
email me, questions ahead of time, and then I can kind of email them to you or whatever.
Sure.
That kind of a thing. I don't want to get too involved with it for both of us.
Yeah, we keep it casual.
And all that.
You know.
And that now the
here's a suggestion, Charlie. Maybe maybe see what your viewers have for a topic. Maybe we focus on a single topic each night.
yeah, that would be good because I did get a question Tuesday night, I guess it was. What was going to be the topic for tonight? I said just talking bees. I have no idea.
It's
you
topic
know,
bees.
That's a big topic, though. I mean,
bees, not socks.
I don't know. I mean, this is all this is my only. I had my New Year's Eve thing, and then
I think we knocked that one out of the park.
Well,
that was
we
crazy.
knocked your New Year's Eve one out of the park.
Yeah, that did well, but like I say, for here, what would you call it? This is only the second one I've had, and in my opinion, we've had a home run both times with great topics and information and things like that.
Well, I want to send that back to you, Charlie, because a lot of that, when that stuff doesn't just happen all by itself. That's a good moderator. That's a good host, right?
Well,
Somebody who
I mean,
draws that out.
I had somebody like you that came in last week, and I'm like, I got you started talking about queen rearing, which I like. I enjoy that. And then you
just like this.
And then it's like, yeah, you do it this way and this, and I'll jump right in there and just, this is how I'm doing it.
Little bit of my honey and we're
well, good. I mean, I'm just like, it's like I was talking about the shoulders on the frame of the grafting frame, and where I looked at Ian, and I ground all that stuff off, and I had heard about that for a couple years. I've only been grafting for a few, but I had heard about it, and then I finally let's try this. Let's sacrifice a frame. Well, so when I did that, I pretty much completely alleviated any
Yeah.
burnt comb between the two cells hanging down whatsoever. And I'm like, this is.
And I get stuck in such a rut. I've seen that lots of times. I've seen videos and pictures of people have those frames, and I always think, well, that's wrong. You have to have those shoulders. You can't build it like that. They just don't have a nice wood shop like I have, so they can't build a frame that's proper. They can't do it right. And I didn't realize that there's somebody not doing it right, and that's me.
Yeah.
But you helped me see that.
But right there tonight, you showed us and everybody in the chat that the green frame is a key tool in reducing any burr comb between the two boxes on the frames.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I didn't know. I didn't realize
I discovered that by accident.
I didn't realize that actually will do that. And now I got green frames out there. And guess what? They're going into them hives come springtime.
Yeah.
We're going to check this out.
And if I hadn't been inspecting bees for the province, I may not have known that it was a thing, because you need to see in other people's colonies to see that and to realize what it is and how hard it is to manage colonies with all of that drone comb everywhere.
It is.
I couldn't believe it. I'm thinking, why are my hives so clean and these hives are so ridiculous?
And they don't know that. And it's just like
I didn't know that.
Yeah, but you stumbled on that, and it's like,
yeah, I did it for a different reason, and it had that effect, but I didn't really realize it had that effect.
Right.
Because I didn't know anything else.
That's like I was like this past summer. I observed that I got single brood chamber management, which is 2 mediums, queen excluder, honey super. The hive that brought the most honey in was the one that had a ton of bees up in the honey super. They covered the top frames, and I'm going to say pretty much 80% of that box was full of bees, and they were foragers as far as I could tell, but they packed the honey in. The hive next door was about half the amount. They got half the amount of honey. And the one that the bees were just down in the frames, they didn't do squat. They had it, queen issues and stuff. And it's like the observation of that is a key trigger for me now. Like, all right, how many bees I got in the box?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I got a lot of bees. All right, that's going to be a good honey hive. The next one's a little light. Okay, we need to leave the brood in the bottom and don't take any out, so it builds up the population to get that same population.
And that's why it's easier and more effective to manage 2, 3, 4, 5 colonies than one. You hear new people, sometimes they're a little afraid to jump in, and I just want one colony. I think, no, that's like trying to ride a unicycle instead of a bicycle, right? You want to learn to ride a bicycle, that's one thing. Try and learn a unicycle. Like, that's one colony.
But, Brad, I've been, this is my 4th year as the local president for my club. And of course, you always get the new ones every year. And you get the other ones that have been in it, and they don't have the passion that I have about my bees. I'm passionate about learning, and I'm passionate about getting into my hives and trying to manipulate, like the last 2 years, I started with the single brood chamber management idea, and I've tweaked it and learn more about it every year by just experience. And they don't have the passion that they want to dive into that hive and try to get it to produce as much honey or work it. And they'll say, I said, you need 2 nukes. If you got 2 hives here, you need 2 nukes for insurance. Well, I don't want all that. That's what they'll tell me. And I'm like, well, you can't be a beekeeper with just 2. I mean, you can, but
call me in the spring. I'll have some bees you can buy.
Yeah, exactly.
We
And
need people like that though.
yeah, you do. And um, I don't know. It just that's the different types of people who are into beekeeping. There's the ones that just want to. I call them bee havers. And they will seem to never learn. They don't want to push themselves to learn.
Well,
It
I
seems
think you're right. It definitely is a very, very involved quote hobby. Like like printing, like Spanky's doing. That's pretty involved in it. I'm sure it can all consume you. It can just take up. That's what it would do to me. That's why I got to say, I can't get into that because it would just rule my life, I'm sure. And that's what bees do to me. So I think the people who kind of, maybe have this reason or that, they think they want to have bees. My grandpa had bees, so I'm going to get one colony, or I want to save the planet, so I'm going to get one colony, or whatever. If they don't really have that husbandry passion, they phone you and they say, oh, my bees are doing this. What do I do? And I say, oh my goodness. Okay, you have to go and do this, this, and this right now. Well, I've got some time coming up on the weekend, so no,
right there.
no,
You
no.
go.
This
It,
actually should have been done yesterday. So, it's
Yeah.
as soon as you hang up the phone, you go and do this because you may not have caught it in time yet, but we can't go backwards in time.
yeah.
And that's the thing. It's like, well, we want to go on vacation, so all this swarm prep, swarm
I had a lady at
avoidance.
that other chat, and she said, "Well, we should have a group of people, so when we want to go off on vacation in August, we might have a swarm to take care of our bees." And I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm not going to mention her name. I'm going to say, why don't you just stay home and work your bees, and then go into vacation in the fall like
Yeah.
a farmer does? And that's me.
Well, that's
But
kind
now
of it. That it's
the answer
farm life.
Robin Hood here, no queen do a queen excluder slow the making of honey down? No.
No.
If you use a single brood chamber management technique, put the queen excluder and then the honey super on, that technique forces the workforce to go up through the queen excluder and fill that honey super. And that's what I've learned. And then that's what you guys do. You're commercial. You use single brood chamber. You put the queen excluder on, and you put your honey boxes on top, and it drives the honey up and upstairs. They don't.
I have an advantage that a lot of people can't take advantage of, and you have this advantage too, Charlie, because you run consistent equipment between broods and honey. Excuse me, and that is bait frames, I call them. And that means that if I'm going to put a queen excluder on a colony and put a honey box on top of it, I'll always pull up a bait frame. I'll always pull up a frame of brood out of that brood chamber into that honey box above that excluder. Shake all the bees off because you don't want to move the queen. And you put that thing on, people say, oh, bees won't go through a queen excluder. Well, put that bait frame up there, they'll be on that frame in 30 seconds. They learn how to get through there fast. And you're right, bees won't go through a queen excluder. You have to give them a reason. If they don't have a reason to go through that, they see it as a ceiling. If they have a reason to go through that, they can smell syrup, they can smell nectar, they can smell honey, they can smell brood, whatever. You give them a reason and they'll figure that out really fast. And then they'll realize it's not a ceiling.
Right. I mean, and like I say, within the single brood chamber management, she lays up that box. So there's no room for nectar.
Yeah.
There might be a little bit of food, a little bit of nectar food on the outer perimeter, along with a little bit of pollen. But the rest of it, when them foragers come in, they got to put it someplace. Well, we can't put it here, so let's go upstairs through the queen excluder. And that's what I've learned,
Well, the other thing I've learned to go with it, I use excluders exclusively as well. And the reason I did that is I learned very, very quickly that without the excluder, I am greatly increasing the management that is needed with that hive, especially when you get a little bit later on in the year. I know people up here, I know commercial operators up here that don't use queen excluders, and I'm not going to say that they're wrong. I'm just going to say I use them. But I also know that the individuals that don't use the queen excluders have a huge workforce, and they're always moving that brood down. You know, and they're going through every box and they're moving that brood down. I do not have the time to do that, and I do not have the resources to hire that crew to do that.
So same answer we've been given all night. You do what you want to do. You
Right.
do whatever has the disadvantages you can put up with. You do what serves your management style. Both work. I didn't have good
Exactly.
success with it my first year because I didn't know about bait frames. My first year, I put them on, put a box of foundation over it. That doesn't work.
Nothing.
And nothing. So I just took them all out and I dealt with the brood, and it was a nightmare. And then I learned, oh yeah, bait frames. So then I do it that way, and it works perfectly every time.
Yep. All right, it's midnight here, guys. I got to go, and it's been wonderful. And
Yeah, it was
and
fun.
all
That was a lot of fun.
it was a lot of fun, and I invite you all back again because and Brad, yeah, if you can kind of get a a photograph book up of something, I'm
Sure.
not sure what.
Oh, there's something.
But we can talk on different topics or whatever type of thing. I'll ask some guys how to put out these postings as far as like, hey, Frank, we're just about ready to leave. And I'll ask, put out some, as far as topics. We'll go with topics for right now instead of questions. And then they can put out their questions on the side bar, kind of go for that. So we can get some topics and about gear, or how, let's say if you got pictures about queen grafting or whatever, something like that, or the boxes and that kind of thing. Whatever you've got will do great. So
Sure thing.
all right. Well, thank you much. We'll catch y'all later.
Thanks,
Sorry,
Charlie.
Frank. We'll see you, everybody.
See ya.
And
Have
we're
a good
done.
night.
Good night.